My dear, is there a reason our young friends are sitting here? You're having a moment? Okay, cool. Great, so we have a full day of IGF. I believe we want to now kick off. And we have some interesting guests coming in. So my name is Ali Hussein, and I'll be one of your hosts today, assisted by Barack, not Barack Obama. So without further ado, I would like to welcome everyone, a full day of IGF today, and we have some very interesting conversations. We'll have panels, high-level panels with some of the top policymakers in the country who we are expecting to be coming in at any given time. But with us today, we already have, I don't know whether I should call you Your Excellency, Kadri Umal Ainal, who is the Consul for the Republic of Estonia. I think for those of you who may not know, I think Estonia is probably the most digital country in the world. And I'm not saying that lightly. So we will hear from her. She's one of the panelists. We also have with us already here my brother Matano Naro, Director at the Communications Authority. He is the Director, Competition, Tariffs and Market Analysis. Matano is sitting next to me. And more guests will be coming in. But without further ado, I would like to invite Barack Uchena to give us a quick brief and a historical background of IGF. To note, today is the 11th IGF. Sorry, I'm told we usually have to, traditionally, IGF, we go around for people to introduce themselves very quickly, just your name and organization. And today is a special day for us because we have with us the next generation of ICT leaders and policymakers, I hope. So, gentlemen, please settle down because I'm about to introduce you to everyone. So I will start with my young friend here. Just your name, the school, and why you're here. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Desmond Owino, and I come from Sunshine Secondary School.
My name is Nathan Mutano from Sunshine Secondary School.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kome Jaden from Sunshine Secondary School, and the main reason I've come over here today is to learn about internet policies, how they are made, and what they are. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Kwame, and I'm from Sunshine Secondary School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Anyango, and I'm from Royal Secondary School.
My name is Viola Oteno. I'm from Sangari. We are here to spread awareness of bullying.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Debbie Maina, and I'm from Royal Convened Sangari.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Sodi from Sunshine Secondary School.
Good. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary Tall, a teacher at Sunshine Secondary School, and I've accompanied my students.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. I'm an ICT teacher at Msongari, Loreto. I brought my students.
I like the mix. The lady is representing the boys, the gentleman is representing the girls. Gender parity. Good.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tracy Mwangi from Loreto Community Songari.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Sasha from Loreto Convent Songari, and we are here to make a change to whatever building.
Morning. My name is Lucy Musila. I'm from Loreto Songari. Morning. I'm Nyawira Washira from Loreto Songari.
Good morning. I'm Phoebe Abbott from Loreto Convent Songari, and I'm here to present the points that we discussed during the last Watoto Watch Forum.
Good morning. My name is Grace. I'm no longer in secondary school, unfortunately. I'm with the Kenya ICT Action Network.
Thanks, Grace.
Good morning. My name is KenyaIGF with KICTAnet.
Good morning, everyone. Margaret Mwangi is my name. A member of Association of Media Women in Kenya, formerly from GBS TV, and also a writer for Kazi publication.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Kenny from the DCISI.
Good morning. My name is Wangari Kabiru, and I'm a member of KICTAnet. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Henry Udiambo. I'm a student, research and public policy at the University of Nairobi. And I couldn't ask for a better platform than this in terms of seeking to understand various policy issues on internet governance and ICT. So, thank you.
Very good.
Morning, I'm Renee Kamau. I'm a lawyer and a researcher.
Morning, I'm Nyaga Nick from Pintex.
Morning, I'm Moses Ivan from Pintex.
Morning, I'm Susan from Swing Solutions.
Morning, I'm Kevin from Fashion.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Otieno, University of Nairobi.
Good morning. My name is Naomi. I'm from Naomi Muliro and Company Advocates.
Isaac Nasiga from USIU, also representing GPIA. I have a particular interest in net neutrality.
Good morning. I'm Daniel from Karen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mashira from St. Paul's University.
Morning. My name is Cecilia Nampuka. I'm a lecturer at St. Paul's University.
Hello. My name is Phyllis Ngina, and I'm a student at Strathmore Law School and interested in research in ICT law and intellectual property.
My name is Peter Moisha, and I'm a lecturer at Kenyatta University.
Hi, my name is Emmanuel. I'm a student at JCOT.
Hello, my name is Kadri Humalayal. I'm the Honorary Consul of Estonia in Kenya. And why I'm here is because Estonia has a lot of ground it has covered in all the topics that are being discussed under the forum here. And Estonia has a policy of sharing its knowledge globally, and I'm here to do that. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is William Kisang, Every Marakwet West, Chair of ICT National Assembly.
Good morning, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matan Ondaro. As Ali has already told you, I work with the Communications Authority of Kenya in a docket that handles competition, tariff and market analysis, but also focuses on deployment of infrastructure and services to create universal access to all Kenyans. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Matana. Mheshimiwa, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Wilson Angatanoria, Sergeant at Arms, Kenya National Assembly, in the company of ICT Committee.
Morning, my name is Ella Kenny from National Assembly.
Hello everyone, this is Hiram Aruri, a researcher from Parliament of Kenya.
Morning, my name is Divir, and I'm from the UN Foundation, representing the Digital Finance.
Good morning, I'm Ugo Victor, web and graphic designer from Sunflower Trust.
Morning, I'm Antipa Sakala, founder of Global Innovation Society of Kenya.
Morning, I'm Nelly Azua, digital marketer at netmate.com.
Hello, my name is Dalima Ngeri. I'm a blogger representing Bloggers Association of Kenya.
Morning, my name is Maria. I'm a blogger at netmate.com.
Good morning, my name is Vereso Mwanga, a journalist at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
Why is it bloggers and journalists are all sitting together?
Good morning, my name is Kendi Tara. I'm a student at the Kenya School of Law.
Good morning, my name is Regina. I work at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
Good morning, my name is Kevin Goga. I'm an independent researcher on digital transformation and tech policy.
Morning everyone, I'm Liz Orebo from KICTAnet.
Good morning, I'm Faris Ogola from Solidarity for Peace Kenya.
Good morning, I'm Paul Mwangi from Civil Society.
Good morning, I'm Victor Ono from the DOD.
Good morning everyone, my name is Boniface Machuki, a banker, a lawyer. I'm interested in the fintech disruption of the banking platform.
Good morning, I'm Managa Bramwell from DOD.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dixon Parasha from Electrical Engineering Aerotech.
Good morning, my name is Samuel Dua. I'm also doing electrical and electronic engineering at Nairobi Technical Training Institute.
Morning everyone, my name is Esther from Watoto Watch. We're working on creating awareness on child online protection in Kenya.
Morning, I'm Kennedy, ICTs, Policy Institute.
Good morning, I'm Nicholas Manduku from Center for Human Development.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Okoto Ko. I'm not Miguna. I'm a psychological counselor and a poet, and I also work at the Golden Creations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Kirui. I'm an animation producer from Farmer Productions.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Human. My name is John Paul, and today I'm representing the FOSS, Federation of Savannah Startups.
Morning, everyone. I'm Kendi. I'm an entrepreneur.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Boniface Vitalo. I'm a researcher and KICTAnet member.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Simon Jugoda from East Africa Research Network.
Good morning. My name is Mwende Jiraini. I work with the Communications Authority of Kenya as a manager in type approval. that are also very interested in internet governance issues from the very beginning. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Lucille Onyongo. I'm a postgrad student in public administration.
Morning, I'm Evans Mercy, Mo University, and also research.
My name is Omoy Mohammed. I'm a student at Kenya University.
I am Dorothy Dara from Pioneer International University.
Morning, everyone. I'm Jim Wanjoy from Professional Institute of Scientific Research.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Mbovi from the Institute for Social Accountability.
Hey everybody, I'm Francis Nyaraka with CTE.
What is CUTE?
Means Current Technical Enterprises.
Don't worry, today you will hear a lot of acronyms. And I'm here to make sure that we know and understand those acronyms. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Kibi from Metro Trans East Africa.
Morning everyone, my name is Dr. Kennedy Motanya. I'm interested on the lines of how ICT is going to affect the medical lines, human medicine.
So you're a medical doctor, not a...
Okay, I'm Samuel Uchie, International of Kenya chapter ISOC.
Morning everyone, I'm Marco Sano from Radio Jambo.
Morning everyone, my name is Wilson Maroki from my ISP Limited. It's a local internet service provider. I'm definitely here to learn more about internet governance and how we as an ISP can contribute to that.
Morning. My name is Paul Mora. I'm a sales and commercialization expert at MySP.
Good morning. My name is Mary Onyongo. From International Association of Women in Radio and Television. IWAT has been actually engaged for quite some time in cyber training on women. I'm a stakeholder.
Morning everyone, I'm Barak Ocheno from KICTAnet, Kenya ICT Action Network.
Barak wears many hats, but today he's decided to wear the KICTAnet hat on it.
Good morning, my name is Victor Kabir. I'm an advocate working at Loma Partners, and I'm also a member of KICTAnet and part of the organization.
What Victor is not telling you is actually the chair of the committee that made this happen. So, a round of applause for him, I think. And of course, his team that is here.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Bruno Nyango from Rare Image.
Yes, I'm not forgetting you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Kidaiga. I convene the Kenya ICT Action Network. Karibuni sana.
Juno Hall from KICTAnet and Vidal Associates.
My name is David Ideje. I'm an alumni of Kenya School of Internet Governance 2017.
Great. Last but not least.
Good morning all. I'm G.K. Kariuki, MP for Deer constituency, that is Kirinyaga County, and the Vice Chair of our ICT Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great. So as you can see, we have a very interesting and wide audience and participants today. I was just taking some mental notes from students, of course, to activists in the ICT, innovation and policy sector, to entrepreneurs, to academicians, to diplomatical. So I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation today. So stay tuned. So without further ado, I would like to now introduce Barack. Barack will spend about 5 minutes and just talk a bit about the background of the IGF, what it's all about for those. I mean, every year we get new participants so that we are all on the same page as we move along. Barack?
Thank you very much, Ali. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Jambo Tena. Distinguished guests, our Heshimiwas, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to give a brief of the journey of Kenya Internet Governance Forum, and I'll be very brief. Probably I will not take more than the 5 minutes because we have very many interesting sessions ahead and we require your engagement. And before I make the few remarks that I've prepared, I would like to share a saying that has basically been the guiding principle of our meetings for the last 11 years. The Kenya IGF was one of the first national internet governance initiatives, if not the first, on the African continent, starting way back in the year 2008. It has contributed to most of the developments that we see in our ICT sector. As you all know, we have bragging rights in terms of innovation and in terms of development in the ICT sector. And this has been brought about by the unity of stakeholders in the sector and beyond the sector that are impacted by ICTs. And the saying that I want to use was written by a man you all know, Chinua Achebe. And he says that a man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starving. They all have food in their own homes. When we gather together in the moonlit village ground, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see it in his own compound. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. Sioni kweli? Yeah, so we are here because we have an interest in how ICT is affecting various aspects of our economy and various aspects of our nation. So all stakeholder views are valid and all stakeholder views are important. Going forward, as I mentioned, last year we celebrated 10 years of the Kenya Internet Governance Forum, and this is the 11th edition. All but 2 have been convened by the Kenya ICT Action Network. Grace, our convener, is going to talk about that in her remarks. And we have achieved a lot. Among the issues that we've discussed over the years include infrastructure-related issues. You've seen a lot of developments on the infrastructure front. Actually, when we started these discussions, I think we may have had maybe one undersea cable, if not none. And part of the issues that were being discussed then were, how do we move forward on the infrastructure front? Stakeholders such as the Communications Authority, ISPs, the government, and various people from all walks of life have discussed ways of ensuring that we are ahead in terms of infrastructure development. And most of the infrastructure developments you see lately, back then in 2008, internet was not as cheap as it is today. Thanks to these conversations we've been having here, the cost of internet has significantly dropped. Among the other issues that we've discussed in the IGF are legal and regulatory issues. We have engaged with the regulator, we have engaged with the government, and you've seen how we have progressed on the legal and regulatory front. We've also discussed social issues. You can see our counterparts for Total Watch Network have brought the leaders of the next generation here so that they can participate in this conversation. I believe they will be speaking to you as equals in this debate. And these are some of the social issues. I think you had an EGO representative. There's the lady there who talked about cyberbullying, and I'm sure she's going to address us. as the meeting goes on. We've also discussed economic issues. There are people here that are interested in electronic commerce and how the internet impacts on commerce. And also we've been discussing human rights issues, just to name but a few. Other than the Kenya Internet Governance Forum, we also introduced, and when I say we, I mean the Kenya ICT Action Network, the Kenya School of Internet Governance, and among us, the cohort that have just finished the 2018 edition. We also have many participants here that have participated in the last 3 editions. And of course, the goal is to bring new voices into the internet governance debate. So Kenya has participated actively in internet governance beyond 2008, when we started our national initiative. We have Kenyans that started in 2003 in what was then known as the World Summit on the Information Society in Geneva, that went on to give birth to the Internet Governance Forum in 2005, in another similar forum that was held in Tunis. So it's important to note that this is an initiative that sprang up on the African continent. As we speak, we have more than 103 national and regional initiatives. Almost every country on the African continent now is hosting a national internet governance forum. But again, we are proud that as a country, we were among the first off the rank, and many countries have still looked up to us in terms of how we do our things. So with that, I would like to hand over the program back to the Master of Ceremony to guide us on the next session.
Well, thank you very much for that background. I would now like to invite Grace Giraga, who is a trustee and co-convener at the Kenya ICT Action Network. We jokingly and lovingly called Grace our first among equal. Grace, karibu.
Mheshimiwa Kisan, distinguished guests and gentlemen, we are very happy that you're here today. And on behalf of the Kenya ICT Action Network, I would like to welcome you and say that we are super excited at having you here. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. KICTAnet, or the Kenya ICT Action Network, is a multi-stakeholder platform for people and institutions interested in ICT policy and regulation. Our mission is to catalyze ICT reforms. KICTAnet provides mechanisms and a multi-stakeholder platform for continuing cooperation and collaboration in ICT matters among civil society, industry, technical community, academia, media, the legal fraternity, development partners, and the government. We operate under 4 pillars, namely research, so we do policy briefs and ICT researches. We use the findings to do our advocacy. We also use the same findings to try and engage with the relevant authorities using our engagement platform. And we also do capacity building, which is our 4th pillar. The Kenya School of Internet Governance, KESI, falls under our capacity building pillar, and we just completed the 3rd edition yesterday. Our engagement platform is the KICTAnet email list, and in the last 10 years, the list has seen over 30,500 email exchanges and over 8,000 different discussion threads, all covering various ICT policy issues affecting the country and the globe. We strive to ensure that policy making in the ICT sector adopts an open, accessible, human rights-based approach that is characterized by multi-stakeholder participation. In this spirit, last week, we brought together stakeholders to prepare a memorandum on the Data Protection Bill 2018, which we presented to the Senate ICT Committee on Tuesday. Early this year, we made submissions of the Computer and Cybercrimes Bill 2018 to the National Assembly ICT Committee, and we've been having those discussions with the Honorable Sons Committee. Our position is that in order for policy and lawmaking to be inclusive, the process must be open, it must be accessible, and it must be inclusive of all stakeholders. And the process needs to be collaborative, consensus-driven, evidence-based, and accountable. This is buttressed by Article 10 of the Constitution, which requires public participation in policy and decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, the multi-stakeholder model in our view represents the best collaboration between business, civil society, academia, government, and the technical community. Key processes such as the ICT Policy 2006, the draft ICT Policy 2016, which is yet to be released, and we call upon Honorable Kisan and the ICT Committee to have this policy published and adopted. We've also had the National Broadband Strategy, the Kenya Information and Communication Act, among others. And these are just some of the examples that exemplify the multi-stakeholder model of policy making. Today, the fact that you are here in this multi-stakeholder grouping is the fact, it's testimony now that you're willing to engage in these issues and contribute to their well-being. Now, the Kenya IGF 2018, whose theme is ICTs for Kenya's development, getting everyone on board. And so we'll be looking into discussions on how to bring everyone on board. Prior to today, we have had several events as part of the Kenya IGF week. We held a 3-day Kenya School of Internet Governance, where we brought in 30 new voices from across the country into ICT policy making. They will be graduating later in the day. We also had a youth IGF that brought together students from different schools. In other words, the IGF engaged the next generation of internet users on key issues that affect them, and they sit at that corner, they introduce themselves, and we will be hearing from 2 of them on what are some of the key issues that they came up with and what are the recommendations they made. We also held an electronic discussion for 1 week, which was based on the topics that we will be discussing today. And therefore, the Kenya IGF continues to bring together all these different voices to tackle the emerging challenges that face the internet landscape in this country. We need to develop policy, legal, regulatory, and technical approaches and responses to these challenges in ways that continue to promote development of the sector. And KICTAnet will continue to engage with different stakeholders with a view to addressing pressing challenges within the sector and with a view to developing best practices and recommendations to advance our existing policy, legal, regulatory framework. KICTAnet is open to collaboration, is open to partnerships, and we would like to all partners to engage. Lastly, and on behalf of the entire KICTAnet community, let me sincerely thank each one of you. More importantly, I would want to recognize our partners. The Communications Authority has been very engaging in this process. Facebook, the Ford Foundation, the Joshua Veda Academy, ISOC, and Safaricom for their generosity, and without which this event would not have been successful. And finally, I wish you all great discussions and look forward to outcomes of this meeting. So we are tweeting, and the hashtag is KICTAnet 2018. We have 2 networks we are using. There's a Wi-Fi called KICTAnet, but you can also use the Sarova one, and the voucher is KICTAnet in capital letters. So let's get these conversations to those who will be joining us or those who are joining us online. Asanteni and karibu sana.
Thank you, Grace. Much appreciated. I think I would also probably like to add the engagement that we are getting, and we are working with the lawmaking arms of the government, the National Assembly and the Senate. We don't really take this lightly. Our leaders are busy, and when they engage with us, we basically, end of the day, get a better country. So thank you so much to Waheshimiwa for being here. We don't take this lightly. I would now like to invite Bwana Matano Ndaro, who's going to give us the keynote. He is representing the Director General of the Communications Authority. Matano, thank you very much. Karibu.
The Honorable William Kisang, MP Marakwet West, and Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on ICT and Innovation, his Vice Chair, Honorable G.K. Kariuki, Member of Parliament from the constituency, the Honorable Kadri Oman Ayar, Honorary Consul of the Republic of Estonia to the Republic of Kenya, my friend and brother, Ali Hussein, President Ivaiga of GG. Is it GG or GG? GG. I was telling her that if you go to Italy and you mention the word GG, there is a famous man in Italy called Gianluigi Buffon, the famous goalkeeper of Juventus in Italy who just retired. So you share a name with an important personality. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent Mr. Francis Wangusi, the Director General of the Communications Authority of Kenya, who, due to exigency of duties, could not be here with you. He sends his greetings and well wishes, and he's here with you in spirit, as it were. But before I delve into the remarks of the Director General, I'd like to say that it is extremely gratifying when I look across the room at, I can call it the demographic profile of the people seated here. It is gratifying because these are the people, right from the level of the representatives of the citizens. I was informed that the chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT, Honorable Gideon Moy, Senator for Baringo, was supposed to be here. I hope you will join us. Apart from the representatives of the people, regulators and policy makers, civil society, I think, is the one that is more widely represented here. Civil society also works for the citizens. The young people that are here from the various schools that have been introduced to us, these are the people who have the capacity and perhaps time and knowledge to adapt to the use of ICTs to influence the things that matter to them, right from the education that they are acquiring and other life endeavors. Now, when we talk about internet governance, for those that are in the know, before the World's Summit on the Information Society tried to come up with a definitive definition back in 2005, I think those who can remember, I think at the beginning we were mostly concerned about domain names and IP addresses. But in 2005, I think the world's wishes, as we call it, came up with a more encompassing definition. And I think they defined it, in short, as the development of shared norms and principles by private sector, governments, and civil society on on the management and use of the internet. But again, it all depends on how, as people and nationals within the geographical confines of a government, how we harness our internet resources, because the internet is supposed to power and influence human development. So the manner in which governments direct investment into infrastructure, create enabling policies, create open societies who can use these resources to improve their ways of life and to improve the competitiveness of their, not only their localities but national economies. That is what matters. It is not just a debate that is going on in a vacuum. It actually underpins human needs, human endeavors, human development. And for the honorable members of parliament that are here, you have a much bigger responsibility because you represent the people. And for the Senate, although the Honorable Gideon Moy is here, their responsibility is even bigger because they represent the counties. And in the counties, that is where people are. So on the one side, they have to ensure that all citizens are connected to ICTs. They have access to a reasonable level of affordable ICTs, but also they have to ensure that county governments integrate the use of ICTs, including the internet, in the delivery of services to the public. On that short introductory note, kindly allow me to read the speech of Mr. Francis Owusu. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It gives me great pleasure to be here at this 11th Kenya Internet Governance Forum that is intended to generate dialogue towards the development of our ICT sector. Indeed, in the 11 years journey of working towards improving internet governance in Kenya, the authority has participated in all the Kenya IGF forums. I wish to reiterate that we have continued to carry the deliberations on various current internet governance related topical discussions that have been carefully chosen and demystified in the well-structured panel discussions. I commend the conveners and the wider internet technical community for keeping the national debate on internet governance public policy issues in Kenya alive. Ladies and gentlemen, the feedback that we get from these forums has been taken very seriously by the authority, and some of the ideas expressed here have evolved to national projects that we have successfully implemented. Some of these topical issues include, but are not limited to, cybersecurity, data protection and privacy, protection of the country's critical infrastructure, internet freedom, securing government networks, shaping talented ICT service students and graduates, supporting research and innovation, managing hate speech and fake news, among other topics. I recall the feedback we received during the 2017 Kenya IGF, which happened just about the electoral period. Most of you, and indeed most of the citizens, were worried about the prospects of internet shutdown during the elections, to which the authority promised to deliver internet continuity without any hindrance. And that came to pass. Today, we can probably look back and appreciate the government efforts in ensuring that internet services were fully and continuously available during and after the electioneering period, including during the repeat elections. I think you can attest to that. And please clap for us once again. This achievement has indeed earned Kenya global recognition, and rightly so. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenyan IGF continues to be a role model to other national and regional IGFs around the world. It is equally worth noting with great admiration that most of the topical discussions conducted here find their way to the global IGF events. The authority has skillfully been following up on this discourse. I take note of the areas of interest in this year's Kenya IGF Forum, which include ICTs for Kenya's development, financial technologies and e-commerce, data security in the context of emerging trends, blockchains and content regulation on the internet, to name just a few. Now, when we talk about e-commerce, I think there's a danger in which we approach the subject of e-commerce in this republic. The focus has always been the deployment of infrastructure, services and platforms to facilitate online purchases, and perhaps the underpinning financial infrastructure and logistical infrastructure to facilitate online purchases. I think we have to redirect our thinking now towards using those platforms to promote our own small and medium enterprises to be able also to export using internet platforms, so that it should be possible for a person seated in China, if they want perhaps to purchase avocados from Timor, they should be able to know even the pH of the soil that has been used, to plant those avocados, the level of minerals that have been used in that fertilizer, to inform that person on how good our products are. So I hope when we are discussing e-commerce, we will be balanced. We should not just be talking about ability to buy a phone on e-commerce platforms, but also ability for the person somewhere in Pokot to be able to export even cows using, or in Marapot, or goats, through the internet platforms that we have. Then and only then can this be meaningful to us as a people. I'm equally happy to learn that the second youth IGF was successfully held as a prevent to the main Kenyan IGF. Indeed, statistics have revealed that most of the internet users in Kenya currently are made up of the youth, who form approximately 60% of our population. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to know that information and communications technologies have been identified as a key enabler to the Kenya government's achievement of the Big Four agenda. The government has committed to ensure that ICTs are integrated in its operations. Through steps already taken by the government in partnership with the private sector, ICTs have given a significant boost to efficiency in service delivery. Emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence and fintech, among others, are now being used to improve people's lives through healthcare, education, finance, agriculture, transportation, and a wide range of other important services. To support the government's efforts, and in line with this year's IGF theme, ICTs for Kenya's development, getting everyone on board, I'm happy to inform you that the authority has taken bold and deliberate steps to stimulate infrastructure development and uptake of ICT services. There are ongoing efforts to build infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. To this end, I'm pleased to report that the authority is currently deploying infrastructure in 202 sublocations that have been identified as having no connectivity at all, covering an unserved population of approximately 700,000 people. Now, we are talking about 700,000 people, but these are spread across most of the northern and northeastern part of Kenya, which actually constitutes over 70% of the Kenyan geographical landmass. You can imagine how important it is for those citizens there, those regions to be connected. The authority is also connecting 896 public secondary schools with high-speed internet under the Education Broadband Connectivity Project. It is important to note that the Education Broadband Connectivity Project aims at ultimately providing connectivity to all the 9,942 public secondary schools in Kenya and some selected tertiary institutions. These will include technical training institutes, some teachers training colleges, and what we call rural and poor public universities. We have started, as I speak here, I think we've already connected around 880 schools. Now we are doing the inspections and acceptance of these projects. We will work with the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development and all other content developers who focus on the educational sector to enrich this portal so that we can now make the quality and learning experience better for our students. The benefits of the projects are manifold. We envisage increased urban connectivity in all parts of the country, including rural areas where majority of the schools are located. The project will greatly improve access to education through digital learning by enabling access to online content by students, as I've just said, and teachers. This will be actualized through creation of an educational portal with digitized KCSE curriculum. The schools will also be launching a launching pad for ICT capacity building and innovation across the country through training of teachers and students. This will not only enhance ICT skills for the students, but will also greatly improve their chances of finding employment after school. We have started with the public secondary school sector because the educational sector is the base of everything. As you are aware, through the digital learning program, the government is focusing on primary schools. We have taken up this other level of secondary schools so that we have a seamless evolution and development of ICT capacity across the country. After the educational sector, we intend to move to healthcare delivery, to facilitate effective delivery of healthcare, especially in rural areas where we can be able to link level 5 hospitals and other lower level hospitals with experts in places like Kenya National Hospital so that it is easier for the public to get critical healthcare facilities at that level. So we are moving and we are not working alone, we are working with other service providers, including the government and the private sector and civil society. We're actually partnering with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology in this specific project that we are undertaking. So we look forward to more cooperation with you as the public sector. Parliament is also represented here. We will be meeting them, I think, on Monday on another matter. We will be meeting the Senate on Tuesday also. They will be coming to our headquarters. So we are continuing to engage so that we can build this dialogue for the purposes of delivering services to our people. The deployment of terrestrial fiber optic connectivity to the 47 county headquarters has also enabled provision of cost-effective government services online. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, in order to enhance the security of Kenya's cyberspace and in line with the Kenya Information and Communications Act and the National Cybersecurity Strategy, the authority has continued to operate the Kenya Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center, that is the National KICTAnet/CC for National Coordination and Response to Cyber Threats. The National KICTAnet is also Kenya's national point of contact for cyber security matters. Given the nature of cybercrime, the authority's National KICTAnet is working with various stakeholders at the national level, including law enforcement, the private sector, the academia, the financial sector, and civil society, among others. We continue to enhance our collaboration framework with law enforcement and international partners, including strengthening the cybersecurity regulatory framework to facilitate the expeditious resolution of cybercrime and related activities. To this end, we look forward to the implementation of the recently enacted Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act 2018, which we believe will go a long way to support matters of governance and curbing cyber criminal activities in the Kenyan space. I wish to commend KICTAnet's efforts through engagement with lawmakers, including the Senate Committee on ICT on the Data Protection Bill 2018, among other upcoming laws. These open consultative sessions should be encouraged. I further appreciate lawmakers both in the Senate and the National Assembly for their continued efforts and keenness in putting in place legislation that supports and protects the interests of Kenyans in this fast-growing digital world. With these few or many remarks, I take this opportunity to wish you fruitful deliberation, even as we look forward to participating in the various panel discussions. I thank you for your attention and wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Our next session is an interesting one. It's a panel, and I will invite Grace Giraika, who is the moderator of the panel, to invite our panelists. The topic of the panel is ICTs for Kenya's development, getting everyone on board. Grace, over to you.
I would like to invite my panel, and I would like to invite Honorable Kisang, who is the chair of the National Assembly ICT Committee. Karibu Mheshimiwa. I would also like to invite Matano Ndaro, who is representing the Director General of the regulator, of the sector regulator, the ICT Committee. Karibu Bwana Matano. And we are missing two of our panelists, but we will go on with those who are available. And I would like to invite Kadri Hubal, who is the Honorary Counsel in Kenya to the Republic of Estonia. We are trying to balance, to be seen that we are sitting in a balanced way before somebody starts tweeting about us not being gender sensitive. In KICTAnet we really try, but I must also challenge the ladies in the sector to actually come up when we are looking for speakers to agree to also be in these panels. Now, so our topic today, we are trying to see how do we get everybody on board. And to start us off, I would like my speakers to introduce themselves, what they do before, so that people can hear your voices and start getting to know whether they will ask you a question or not.
My name is William Kisang, LB Marakwet West. I had said earlier, Member of Parliament for Marakwet West, Chairperson of the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation National Assembly. I also want to admit that I've been in the industry for the last 27 years. I graduated in 1981, Bachelor of Science in Statistics and Computer Science. I was employed by the government. I worked for 3 years, resigned when I was 27 years to run business. And I've been running that business for the last 23 years. But my specialization basically is on software. I've been selling financial and financial payroll and HR system. My company was the first one to introduce what we call score Unix in Kenya. I know most of you are very young and you don't know what score Unix is. Then later on, Linux. I want to ask Chris in the future. The father of internet in Kenya is Dr. Shem Jola. early 90s. So I expected to see Shem here because he's the one who came from Canada and he registered an NGO called African Regional Computing Center. The office was based on Google, and he's the one who brought actually internet here. And the internet at that time, people didn't know what it was. So I believe when I come here next year, I would want to see Shem here so that he can give the young, especially those in school, the history of internet here in Kenya. I know now you cannot survive without internet, but those days it was a luxury. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kadri Humalayal, and I'm the Honorary Consul of Estonia in Kenya. I think there are two terms that probably are not so familiar in my title for many people. One is an Honorary Consul. Most of the time when you hear of representatives of countries, you hear of ambassadors and you hear of high commissioners. But I'm an Honorary Consul. How that is different is because an Honorary Consul is not a career diplomat. An Honorary Consul is an appointment that is more of patriotic nature, that is more of a goodwill nature, and so it is normally an appointment that comes for a person who is well familiar with the two countries. So I've lived in Kenya for 23 years. So I'm very Kenyan as much as I'm Estonian. And so I've been the Honorary Consul for the last 10 years. And so that at the point of being appointed, I needed to get supporting letters both from Estonia and Kenya displaying how I'm connected strongly in the two countries. And so, so I've been the Honorary Consul for 10 years. The other one, which probably is a bit less familiar as well, is the country called Estonia. I know for many of you, Estonia is a country you've never heard about. And I fully understand that because Estonia has a population of 1.3 million. Nairobi is bigger, yes. Okay, but now the next thing I'll ask you is, how many of you are using Skype? Thank you for using an Estonian product. How many of you are using Taxify? Thank you for using an Estonian product. So while Estonia can be considered small, Estonia is way beyond its physical or population size. And equally, Estonia is globally the point of reference for things to do with technology, for things to do with e-solutions, for things to do with governance using platforms that are internet-based. And so, as a person, my background is not in technology. I'm a social scientist. However, being from Estonia, one has to know about technology. So I will be talking about how Estonia uses technology. It's the same as every Kenyan knows about tea. So the same way every Estonian knows about technology. Thank you.
I've just been at the podium. I've been roundly introduced by my brother Ali Hussein. I'm neither an honorable member nor am I a diplomat. My name is Matano Mwalimu Ndaro. I work at the Communications Authority of Kenya. I head a specific department that focuses on the development and management of competition, which actually focuses on ensuring that the environment within which licensed entities operate is conducive. There are no artificial, technical, and legal barriers. We also ensure that the Kenyan ICT environment is attractive enough to anybody out there
with big money. Because there's a difference between having a sector that in our minds is developing and actually having a sustainably developing sector. A sector that is developing should be able to attract those with huge amounts of capital to come to Kenya. I always ask myself this very basic question. There was a man or woman out there in Miami, or Estonia for that matter, with about $5 trillion or euros. He's trying to make a decision. He's looking at Eastern Africa, which includes Sudan, Ethiopia, it includes Djibouti, the countries of the Great Lakes and the East African community countries. And he's trying to decide where to invest in the ICT sector in a big way. Not in a startup, in an entity the size of MTN Uganda, Safaricom Kenya. Where in your mind would that person decide to put their money? Perhaps ours would be the last country they would choose. Why? Because there's a feeling that this market is closed. So that is one thing that we, in a sustainable way, try to ensure that we open up the market. Not just for other people to come in and invest, but to also make it possible for Kenyans, including startups, to start businesses that can be sustained in an environment that is not constrained. The other thing that we do, what I do, is to ensure that we have services, universal access across the country. When we talk about universal, sometimes when we have this discussion, I think our focus is so much on telecommunications and internet. But there are other vital ICT services that we regulate. For example, when we facilitated digital migration about 3 years ago, are you aware of the number of content providers that have emerged? Are you aware of that and the opportunities that we have opened up? So the digital broadcasting terrestrial environment is equally important, especially for content developers. We also regulate a very important facet called postal and courier services. But because when you talk about internet, the logistical framework that underpins e-commerce is actually a postal service, especially in terms of delivery. Whatever you buy out there has to be delivered to you. So in a nutshell, the authority regulates so many other facets. Cybersecurity is one of them. Spectrum management to ensure that the spectrum resources are optimally allocated, managed for the benefit of society. We license everybody that is in the ICT sector, among other factors. I'm an economist by background, but I'm also a regulatory and policy expert, trained in so many places. I've been engaged in so many forums of this nature, here and out there, but I always ask myself, what more can we do to ensure that these discussions, these services, this infrastructure delivers value to the people of Kenya? At the end of the day, it is when you hear about TaxFi and Skype, that a country like Estonia with population of, say, 1.3 million, perhaps the only country that has recently been in our ears has been Croatia with 4.2 million because of the World Cup. Now you've heard about Estonia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Matano, for those remarks and for the other remarks. To start us off, I just want to give you some statistics. According to the Communications Authority, Kenya has 42 million mobile subscribers, 30 million mobile money subscribers, who made 308 million transactions, valued at 1.7 trillion between October to December 2017. Kadra, do you use a pesa? Kadri, do you use a pesa?
Oh, personally, yes, I do.
Thank you for using a Kenyan During the same period, the internet data subscriptions stood at 33.3 million, while the number of broadband subscriptions stood at 18 million. Further, and according to KENIC, that's the .ke domain registry, the total number of domains stood at 73,972, those with a .co.ke. Those with .go.ke were 414, and those with a .k were over 68,000. What this means is that there has been a tremendous growth. Furthermore, ICT has been seen to contribute significantly to Kenya's economy, and according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics 28 Economic Survey, ICT has transformed society and has spurred the economy by offering services through online platforms, whether in the provision of government services, business and e-commerce, research and transfer of knowledge. Now, these statistics may paint a very rosy picture, but we still know there are big challenges of access and inclusion. And which is why in today's theme of our IGF, we have ICTs for Kenya's development. How do we bring everyone on board? Now, to help us unpack, the distinguished panel has introduced itself, and we'll straight away shoot the first question to Honorable Kisang. You know, you're a member of parliament, so you're the people's representative, and then you happen to be the chair of this very important ICT committee in the National Assembly that will be making laws that ensure we bring everyone on board. Could you please give us like the current ICT landscape from where you're sitting?
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. At least for the first time, I was in the last parliament, I was in the Energy and ICT committee. And we didn't focus much on ICT sector because we had some laws that had constitutional timeline because of our 2010 constitution that we had to complete some laws in a particular period of time. And before what we call Zain and I, in the last parliament, we decided in the wisdom of parliament that we need to split some committees. And energy, ICT and others were split. This time, the 4th parliament, we have basically a committee dedicated to communication, information and innovation. And we are very happy because we are a team of 19 members. And our focus for the remaining 4 years is to move ICT in Kenya to a different level. Because you know that, as I've said, we didn't put a lot of effort in the last time. We know Kenyans, especially the youth, most of the people that we're seeing are the youth. They are very innovative. They are very innovative, that's why M-Pesa is in Kenya. I read the other day some report by Kenya National Statistics that Kenya is number 4 in Africa. After South Africa, Mauritius, Morocco, then Kenya is 4th. Then in the world we are 76, 78 or 68. So basically we are on the right track. What we need to do as a country is to put more resources, because in the past the resources that were put in ICT is not compared with, say, security or infrastructure. Luckily, for the last few years, as my colleague from CSA, about 4 or 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we didn't have a sea cable. Now we have about 4 or 5. And the government of Kenya has partnered with several partners. We have every county headquarters now is served with fiber optic. And this financial year, between July this year and June next year, we are going to move to all the sub-county headquarters with fiber optic and all sub-county hospitals. Eventually, we want to do what we call the last mile. I know the word last mile is very famous with electricity, but we also want to do last mile for fiber optic, so that we can bring more the cost of internet down. One of the key issues that we want to do as a National Assembly and also as a country is we want to set up what we call constituency innovation hubs. We have about almost close to 2,000 wards in what we call a ward at the county level. And we want to have every ward in Kenya to have constituency innovation hub. This is just an open space, complete with internet, either by fiber optic or satellite. My colleague here will confirm later on, so that our youth can go to that particular center. Those are about 2 or 3 locations. They access internet, they can access online jobs, online research within across Kenya. It doesn't matter whether it's Wajir, Marsabit, and we've agreed with Communication Authority of Kenya that the universal service funds that they have collected. So far they have about 7 billion, but I know they have spent most of it. We want to ensure every corner of Kenya has internet, because this is how the youth will catch up with the rest of the world. And we don't want the youth to come to Nairobi. We want Kenya, we want internet to go to the rural villages so that we can create opportunities for the youth. We have a program that we call Ajira. We want to create an opportunity of 500,000 jobs, online jobs every year. And this can only happen if we take internet to the rural villages. Another issue that we are doing currently is, I know about 10 years ago, we set up what we call Concert Technopolis. Recently, at least we've been able to give them resources. And they are just about to complete a complex, what we call a concert complex. We were there last week with Senator Gideon Moy, the chair of council governors, Engineer Tolkos, CS, and my team. And they have given us a promise that by end of November this year, that complex is complete. We are already beginning the horizontal development. And by early next year, we are going to open a university, equivalent of KICT in Korea, called Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. And we'll specialize with masters and PhD in technology, science, and medicine. And we believe this will greatly help. Recently, about 4 or 5 years ago, as a country, we also started helping the youth, what we call incubation centers. As soon as the youth leave the university, most of them, especially from the University of Nairobi, were given some space, what they call incubation centers. There is also a place on Gog Road where the youth are being given some space to innovate. And this will continue, because the only way we can compete with the rest of the world is the technology. That is why we are focusing on technology, so that basically Kenya is, we want South Africa to be second soon. We want to overtake them. What we have also as a country, as politicians, as legislators, what we are also planning now, which we have done in the past, I told you in the last parliament we had also legislation on access to information. And I know crazy, you know, it came through a private member's bill, because sometimes the legislators and the executive, they don't move with the same speed. The executive is very slow sometimes. And as we move, because we need to move with speed, I'd say, at least if there is somebody from the executive here, from CA, it is listening so that they can, when he goes back to his boss, they report that as we want to move, we want to put laws in place to help Kenya compete with the rest of the world, like the data protection bill. EU already is giving some deadlines. We are still lagging behind. Senate has come up with a bill, but that bill is not comprehensive enough. At least we've agreed in our meeting last week with Senator Gideon Moy and his team and the CS that we need to, the ministry needs to fast track, bring that bill, the one from the executive, we harmonize so that we have one bill. Because the one from Senate is not a money bill, there will be no organization to monitor. While the one from executive is a money bill, Senate were very careful because they cannot initiate a bill as a money bill, it will be thrown out. So we believe that will come out soon. What I want to do is to tell the youth also, recently we passed a law, what we call Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Law Act 2018. It is also very important for you to look at that law, study it, so that you are not caught on the wrong side of the law. It is punitive. Luckily, Grace was here. She gave us a memorandum, and she was in agreement with most of what we put in that law. Otherwise, as Kenyans, we are happy where we are now. You'll be free to ask us questions. We know outside there, we still need to move because we are not yet there. Because we have not reached every village. There is still 60 to 70% of Kenya that doesn't have access on voice. That's why we want to use this universal service funds to cover all the villages, all the sub-locations. So the percentage that we have is still low, but we will move and also ask CA to help us to open the market. Because we say it's like there are some barriers. There's some barriers to Kenya. Is it expensive? We have made good laws. For the last 2 years in this government, at least we have removed about 300 points that would have made it difficult for an investor to come to Kenya. So it should be easy to come to Kenya instead of going to Rwanda. We are told there are many investors who are going to Rwanda. Rwanda is a baby of Kenya in terms of development. So, but we'll move forward. So I believe we're okay. Thank you very much. We'll still be willing to receive more questions.
Just listening to Honorable Kisan speaking, if I was on the other side, I think I would have like 10 questions for you. And so I know those questions are somewhere here. So we'll try and limit the conversation here so that we have time at least for about 3 questions that you could ask. And yes, as KICTAnet, we engage on the cyber security bill, and Honorable Kisan was very gracious. Of course, we didn't agree on everything, and you know, the final documents came out, and there were bits of pieces that we didn't agree. But it was a very good engagement, and engagement is about giving, taking and giving some things. So thank you. Now, I think the next question, I want maybe Matano to take it so that it's a continuation from where Honorable Kisan has left. Just listening to some of the issues he has highlighted. Would you say that as CA, because you're the sector regulator and you also help in helping us firm up some of these laws, that some of the things that Honorable Kisan has pointed out are doable and doable within this 4 years? And if not, what are some of the gaps that probably Honorable Kisan and his team needs to address?
Thank you very much, Grace, and thank you very much, the Honorable Kisan. Indeed, the many issues that Honorable Kisan has pointed out are true. And listening to you also, enumerating the various statistics that underpin the evolution and development of the ICT sector in Kenya is quite encouraging. But going back to the issues raised by the Honorable Chairman, we look, for example, at the subject matter of connectivity and connecting villages and connecting the various sectors of our public life, including the educational sector, healthcare, agriculture, and so on and so forth. Regularly, we carry out empirical surveys that seek to bring out the various gaps that exist in terms of connectivity and availability of infrastructure. And in 2013, 2014, actually 2014, 2015, we were able to establish through a geospatial access gaps study that there were about 580 sublocations in Kenya that had less than 50% connectivity. When I talk about connectivity, it is about connectivity to mobile infrastructure and services, connectivity to digital terrestrial broadcasting facilities, connectivity even to the basic internet. And out of those 580, we established that 166 of those sublocations had zero mobile connectivity. So, as we celebrate these numbers, and the worrying thing is that, as I mentioned in my remarks, these localities that we're connecting now with about 700,000 Kenyans actually constitutes above 70% of our geographical landmass. And therefore, it is true that those gaps do exist, but they are very definitive interventions, like the ones that I've mentioned, of facilitating provision of 3G services to these populations. The challenge we've had sometimes is because of the nature of the population in those areas. So we are focusing in those areas that at least can have at least a payback of about 20%, and then extending the node until the end. The challenge we've had, and now to your question as to whether these things are doable or not, when we went out because we competitively tender for service providers who are actually the contributors to this fund to bid so that we can apportion a subsidy to which they can also add their money and build infrastructure. When we tendered out, we were only able to elicit responses to for bids for 78 sublocations. And because of the nature of our market, we only got 2 operators who applied. And if you looked at the cost of connectivity, what they were quoting as the appropriate amount of money to build infrastructure, it was extremely high. So this is doable, but it has challenges. Let's talk about the internet.
Could you also focus on how do we bring everybody on board?
Yes. How do we bring everybody on board? First is to avail infrastructure, which we are doing. But 2, this infrastructure has to deliver services that are affordable to citizens. And bringing everybody on board is not just about availing, for example, a mobile signal or a broadcasting tower. It is about, for example, a very simple example of bringing everybody on board. If you can focus on, say, farmers. Take farmers in Makueni, just down here, who grow mangoes. When the brokers go to Makueni, they probably buy those mangoes. Now I think the county government of Makueni is changing that. They buy those mangoes at 1 bob. They come to Wakulima market. There is also a series of brokers. Now, if you can just avail a simple portal to those farmers and link them directly with the market, so that when somebody has his mangoes, it could be mangoes, it could be coffee, it could be maize, it could be anything, that you cut off that chain in between. That is one way of bringing everybody. Because bringing everybody on board means that anything that a citizen does, either a farmer, a pastoralist,
a business person, that ICT infrastructure and service creates value and optimizes on their effort so they can benefit out of it. If you look at the social sector, one way of bringing everybody on board is to start at the lowest level. And government has started with the digital learning platform. And I've said our intention as the authority is to connect all the 9,942 public secondary schools. Now when you have that link with the primary school sector, you have young citizens who move into the tertiary educational sector with a better understanding of ICTs and hence become better prepared, not only to be employed, but also to become self-supporting and self-sustaining individuals in the society. So bringing everybody on board is all-encompassing, I would say.
All right, because that is the theme and we want to keep on to that theme. Before I open it up to questions, because we want it to be as interactive, and we would still want to finish slightly early so that Honorable Kisang, you can listen to the next generation. They will be making very specific recommendations that you need to consider as you continue making laws, and same with the regulator. So we want to slightly finish that early so that we know today is a very busy day for you, but we would like you to listen to the next generation. Now, before we open it up, and I don't know, Victor, whether you will tell us where the microphones will be, I would like Kadri to tell us what experiences we can learn from Estonia, because in terms of bringing everyone on board. I have heard that in Estonia, when you're walking in the streets, there are hotspots all over, and you just sign on to one, so it's become a basic need and it's provided like food and water. So how do we borrow this? What are some of these best practices? And you've lived here for over 10 years. What are some of those best practices that Kenya can borrow to bring everyone on board?
Thank you, Grace. So, the Communication Authority here has talked about availing internet at schools. Estonia went through the same process. That was in the year 1997. And so by 1998, Estonia had full 3G coverage. And currently, 88% of Estonian homes are connected on broadband connectivity. So the access to internet is in Estonia, yes, it is considered a basic human right. It is necessary for Estonian citizens to use internet to function. The young people that are here, for example, in Estonia, these same young people would be carrying an ID card that allows them to log into the school system, check their homework, check the notes that the teacher has given them. That's if we look at, okay, there's a timeline that is on the screens there. This is basically how Estonia walked the path into a digital society. And when looking at the forum here that was initiated in Kenya 10 years back, this is the 11th year, Estonia drafted its bill for Estonian Digital Society blueprint in the year 1994. And that was passed in the parliament 2 years later as the blueprint for Estonia. And so the steps that you see over there, I think from where I am, you can see which year are we on. Can we move back a little bit so that we go back to the beginning when we can see e-school as one of the first things that was established. So e-school, the system where all schools are connected, all reporting on schools is done online. For example, in Estonia, something else just mentioning about the young people. In Estonia, parents don't give out pocket money in form of cash. In Estonia, parents give out pocket money with a bank transfer to the child's bank account. The child has an ID card with which it logs into the bank. and uses money from its bank account. And so, in fact, in Estonia, 97% of population uses internet banking, and it's actually considered that the 3% who physically go to the bank are people who are extremely rich. They have so much time in their hand that they will physically go to the bank. Everybody else uses internet banking. Equally, 99% of tax returns are done online, and the 1% is considered to be dormant or basically shelf companies. And one of the benefits, of course, to the country is that it is able to do the necessary financial planning for the country. But one of the benefits to the individuals and companies is that after doing the tax returns online, within 4 days, the government returns all excess tax paid. And yes, you can see the e-tax board was one of the first ones to be set up, and of course, as you can see, also the ID card, which is the access to all online portals, everything that is government related or banks related, was also among the first to be established.
Wow, I can only say wow. And as I sit here next to Honorable Kisang, I am just wondering, you know, we have bragging rights. We've been bragging a lot on being the first. I'm just wondering whether we should think of being like Estonia. But that raises a very critical question of that the systems are secure. So when you transact online, you feel there are very few threats that your money can be lost. And I think that's a challenge to you, Honorable Kisang, and even to the regulator. But to also say, yes, there is need for cybersecurity laws, but then those laws must also not infringe on our rights to freedom of expression. And I think that should be the guiding factor. Do we have questions, Victor? How are the questions going to? Because usually we have a microphone, but today we are using a different space, and we usually want people to come and line up here because we don't have anyone to take the microphones around. I think the first question I'll give to the next generation. We'll give 3, the gentleman in blue, and the third one is sure, there are no ladies.
Yeah, there's one there.
Oh, there's a lady at the end, but you need to come here. We are not bringing the microphone now. We are not bringing, please come and line up here. We are not bringing, and finally I'll give one to Kaberi, and that will be it because we need the young generation to tell the honorable and the regulator what needs to be done. Please come closer, Kaberi, the rest come closer, queue here because we're going to take all the questions and then the panel will respond. Okay, your name and then you ask the question.
Yes, my name is Kome Jaden from Sanchin Secondary School. Yes, and what I'd like to ask the Honorable Kisang is what he's doing about educating the youth about internet laws. Because personally, this year was when I learned that in Kenya actually laws that govern the internet. So a lot of Kenyan youth don't know that the laws, they may end up on the wrong side of the law. You know, of course, when you go to court, they're told that ignorance is not an excuse. So we must do something about educating them about the internet laws. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Mark Ambito. I run a company called Mobile for Good Solutions that deal with mobile app applications. I'm the CEO. My question is basically directed to Mr. Kipsang and Mr. Matano. For the first question of Mr. Kipsang, I'd like to ask about the constituency innovation hubs. it was a good idea that you brought it, but there's been a great challenge because we've been one of the first people who have been trying to get it, that it has to go to the Constituency Development Fund. So there must be a cost sharing ratio where the CDF has to give some money. That's when it's installed. And the people who bring a lot of impact, as what has been done in Asia, Vietnam, India, and the rest, is actually what has been coming as actually in the village, the call centers. As an entrepreneur, I might want to set up a call center in my village. What options do you give me because I'm not going to be connected to the fiber optic. Second question to Mr. Matano is about innovation. He's talked very nicely about innovation. I personally have approached some of the service providers and they actually kill innovations because as you approach them, because you have to use their platform, there is a ceiling there where they tell you to sign a legal document. In that legal document, they tell you that either the organization must be in the process of developing the same product, or if any of their staff take over the product and goes with it, you cannot sue them in court. That has made many innovators fear to approach them because at the time you approach them, they don't give you what is in their bag. They tell you first to give them what you have. And when you give them, they can take off with it. You have a case of mshwari and found in Kenya. What happened? Thank you.
Please make your interventions brief. We are running against time.
Hi, my name is Buya. I'm an advocate and I specialize in data and privacy. So my question is, I think to Honorable Kisang and a bit of has to do with the Communications Authority as well. So the GDPR, and you mentioned the Data Protection Bill, the GDPR has brought on certain standards and certain criteria that are required by companies, and there's also various sectors that are kind of chiming in. You have the payment card industry that has kind of set up a data security standard for payments, whether via PayPal or various platforms that you pay for certain things. So in that context of, even in our own jurisdiction in Kenya, as you're attempting to pass the data protection bill, are those things that you have kind of factored in? Are there kind of clauses that you will be looking to add just in terms of kind of securing whatever financial transactions are happening online?
What did you say your name is?
Guya, Guya.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Kaberi. I run Optimal Consulting. I consult for startups. My question emanates from the trend that we've noticed in regulation and legislation. Most of these bills and regulations that we are seeing, as well intended as they are, they sort of have the big boys in mind. And so my question is, what are you doing from a regulatory point of view and from a legislative point of view to make sure that these regulations and legislations that you're putting in place do not focus so much on the big boys and put untenable restrictions on small businesses, because we have a wide range of businesses at different stages of growth, and therefore certain, and especially like blanket legislation and blanket regulations can hamper the growth of small organizations. So what are you doing to make sure that everything that you're doing has everybody in mind, just as the theme of the event is? Thank you very much.
I know I had closed the session, but we always say the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and they have come, so please give them the microphone.
Hi, my name is Debbie, and my question is to Honorable Kisang. So you said that you're going to build a university in the rural areas. So, yeah. So some people in those areas cannot afford electronics, they don't even know how to use electronics. So have you thought of maybe when you install the internet, you maybe give them phones or some device to you?
So my name is Sarah from the Loreto Sondari, and I have a question to
Honorable Kisa, you stated that you made a law on cyberbullying, right? But, okay, as leaders of tomorrow, we've made ideas and resolutions of what we want you guys to do on cyberbullying. But how sure are you? How sure are we that you will take our ideas into thinking? Because in 2017, the authority of Kenya ensured guidelines prohibiting and dissemination of political messages containing insults and profane language, right? But then, the guidelines failed to check the profane on media and social media. So how sure are we that you will take our ideas of thoughts?
I think the young lady has raised the issue we've been raising at KICTAnet. A framework for public participation that stipulates how our views will be taken on board, and if they're not taken on board, we need to be told why. So Honorable Kisan, there are so many questions for you, and I think this raises a very important question that you need to talk to the people frequently and regularly.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your questions. The first question was from Convened, from Sunshine. What are you doing to educate the youth on internet laws? I must admit that as legislators, what we do when the bills come to the House, we have what we call first reading, second reading, and third reading. As soon as they land in the House, immediately it's read first time. We put in the papers, before we go what we call second reading, we put an advert in the papers as National Assembly or Senate for 2 weeks to invite the public to look at the law, read it, and then give their comments. Comments in form of memorandums. You can come for meetings to the National Assembly or to the Senate. We also go around the country for public participation. Immediately the laws are passed, we actually don't have a way of now going outside there to tell the youth, to tell the population about the law, because we believe as soon as we do the public participation, people should know. But what we need maybe going forward is to use forums like people like KICTAnet, who can easily access resources from donors to help us to go outside there and continuously talk about the laws. What we've done in the past is to go to maybe media houses, you go to TV station, radio station, talk about these laws, and then that's it. And then the law also is, it's in the website of Kenya Law Reforms. You can check those portals and read the law. If there are things that you are not happy about, you can always come back after 6 months and give us proposals for amendments if you are not happy. And if you are dissatisfied, like the one for Sarah on cyberbullying, if there are any issues that you're not happy about, the law can allow people to go to court. But what I want to tell you about, especially the youth, in the past we've not been able to reach you because we've been putting in the papers. We allow people like Gracia to come with memorandums, but we need, going forward, maybe we need to talk to schools. But how do we talk to you? We need a forum. Maybe there should be an association of students where we can reach you, we can reach their leaders, because we cannot reach every school. We have over 22,000 primary schools. We have over 9,000 secondary schools. It will be impossible for us to go around all these schools. But you see, in such forums, at least we are noting, so that going forward, at least we can even say, can we get even the schools within Nairobi? We can come to your school, come to Loreto. There's one in Nairobi, and then there's one on Msongari. So going forward, we'll do something. But seriously, we need resources to campaign outside there. Secondly, Mark talked about the CIHs. Initially, in the last parliament, the 11th parliament, this idea of constituency innovation apps was an idea by the Ministry of ICT, and National Government CDF Board. The idea came up, we agreed that every constituency to contribute about 1.16 million for each center. But you see now, we came up with this thing, but we don't have buildings. It was like an abstract. We're in a conversation now with the Ministry of ICT so that we can allow the members of parliament from single constituencies to start putting up structures. Then next year, 2019-2020 financial year, we can fund maybe 2 or 3 CIHs in each constituency. Every year we do 2 or 3, so that by the end of 2022-2023, we'll have had at least 1 CIH in every ward in each constituency. But there are challenges, we have challenges that are there because we don't have resources, because most of the places don't have fiber optic, but they're using satellite by telecom and others, which is very expensive. But you see the areas already we have fiber optic, we can start with those ones to reduce the cost. But the ministry have agreed that they will meet the recurrent cost. So even for you, if you want to start your own, you can always approach, especially the ministry and your member of parliament, so that you can partner. There is I believe you'll talk about the idea of innovation where they are stolen. So that is for my friend, like M. Swari. You see, I'm told even KRA, there was a young fellow who came up with a very good idea to do mapping. Mapping of homes, so that KRA are able to collect land rent, and also those who are landlords, they are able to collect the 10% tax. But you see, as soon as the person came up with an idea, it was stolen by somebody. So we need to see how we can patent this knowledge, so that at least I don't come as a young person and you take advantage of my property. Data protection laws, this is by Kuya. We are in a conversation, and very soon the paper we are going to advertise about data protection bill. You will be given opportunity, you will do a memoranda, you can come to the committee, give your views on all issues of data, if it is banking information, mobile information. We are ready, we'll be waiting so that you can give us and tell us on how to improve. Even the youth, we will welcome you and we'll incorporate things that will ensure the youth are also protected. Laws, the big boys. Tom said it's like we are targeting the big boys when we are doing the law. It's because they're the ones who come forward. But going forward, we'll have to take care of the youth also. We'll ensure also the members of parliament, we tell them, can you go home? When you're at home, can you discuss this law with your children? How can we help them? How can we help the small businesses so that the big guys, the big boys don't influence us to do laws that will suit them? So we will be able to assist. This university is not, it's basically what we are discussing, Devi and Sarah. The university, we said we'll set up a university in Konza. Konza is about 1 hour away from Nairobi, and this is strictly graduate. This is master level and above. But what we want to have at every location or every 2 locations is what we call constituency innovation hub, where the youth will go there. And I know you said there are challenges with the cost of phones, of the electronics. As Kenya, what we are doing now, we are setting up about 4 or 3 labs. Rivertex, Jomo Kenyatta University, and 1 more. We want to set up assemblies to manufacture phones. We'll have smartphones costing 1,000 bob, between 500 to about 2,000. And by end of next year or mid next year, those phones should be in the market. And we have already given them resources so that we manufacture phones, we manufacture also small laptops, cheap laptops, so that our people in the rural villages and rural areas can access even TVs, so that at least there is a television in my village. So thank you very much.
Matano, please just respond to that one question and try and be brief. We're rushing against time, and yet we want Honorable Kisan to listen before we close back to the house.
Gigi, you are making reference to a question on innovations or regulations. I want you to start with the one very briefly by Tom, that the regulations that are normally developed actually mirror the interest of the big boys. It is not totally true that that is the case, because the regulations seek to amplify what the law or the act says. But what is important is to ask yourself, within the regulatory framework, especially within the context of the licensing framework, what opportunities exist for you? Because if you look at our unified licensing framework, it has 3 levels. The big boys are the owners of infrastructure, but they also provide services. There are another level of application service providers, and we also have content service provider licenses. And when you look at the content service provision layer, apart from broadcasters and perhaps credit card service providers, the majority of the people who are providing services like this, they are actually the youth. And therefore, these regulations, just like the MP has said, the chairman has said, that sometimes the big boys come out to articulate their interests at the point of the enabling environment, the licensing framework, would ensure that there are opportunities for everybody. And then perhaps in terms of public participation, Parliament perhaps needs to make sure that the laws of public participation are enhanced, so that we need to go down to constituencies and counties to speak to people for them to give their ideas when such regulations are being evolved. Now, Ambitho, it's very unfortunate that the ideas that you come up with, you share them in good faith with these licensed entities, and they sort of take them over. I think the first point that I must emphasize is that there are laws that govern innovations and creative products in this country. And these are administered, I think, by the Kenya Intellectual Property Office. But over and above that, Mheshimiwa has made reference to the Universal Service Fund extensively. One of the objectives of the fund is to nurture innovations. And therefore, such ideas, first and foremost, when it has matured, you must patent it. In the last 3 years or so, we have been sponsoring Kenyan innovators at the ATU Telecom Forum, where they've been able to showcase their innovations that actually have acquired global recognition. And therefore, you have room to come to us, speak to us. We also have an internal policy on supporting innovations. We're actually working with the Kenyan universities along those lines, so as to make sure that whatever you come up with, you are able to benefit out of it, and it actually can be upgraded to a national and global scale. Thank you very much. One last one on cyberbullying. We have been working with the Ministry of Education and UNICEF on a project that we call Child Online Protection. And that is where now the rights of kids on the internet are actually advanced. But there are laws also, one of which I think parts of the law on the cyber laws, I think parts of them were suspended by a court of law. But we hope eventually they'll be enacted, and because therein lies a lot of benefits. Perhaps those elements that perhaps speak to the rights of citizens, those that I think
the judges can be able to make a determination. Thank you.
Before the Honorable responds, I would like the two youth representatives to find their way onto the podium so that we save on time. And then I know there are other members of the National Assembly ICT Committee that have joined us. We recognize your presence, and Ali will give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. But before, that is after Honorable Kisan responds.
Okay, I didn't want to respond. I wanted also to ask maybe to the participants on this side. As members of parliament, we are your servants. As your servants, there are many things that you know that we don't know. So as we do these laws, it's also good for you to come with suggestions. If you see there is an opportunity, there is a gap somewhere, you can come up with ideas, help us. Look at Estonia, 1.3 million, and 99% everybody is digital, and we are below 30%. So what we need is, I told her, also with Crazier, as members of parliament and also maybe some people from the Ministry of ICT, we need to do a visit to that country and see what do they do right that we have not done, so that we can catch up, so that we can come up with new laws. We do benchmarking, but not the one of Russia. Not the one of Russia, so that we can help Kenya. We are coming up with a new generation ID. Before even we go that way, we need to see how we can have that one ID that can serve as the bank, KRA, PIN, instead of having too many identification documents for Kenya. You know, that's why we have gone wrong. Yeah.
So I wish to bring this panel to an end before before we give our youth the podium. I think I need to give our members of parliament and National Assembly ICT Committee the opportunity to introduce themselves. And I just want to thank you so much, Honorable Kisan, for your many good ideas and some of those recommendations. This conversation has not ended. Same with Matano. You know that this conversation has not ended, and we are very happy. As always, the regulator responds to us. Actually, we need to recognize, in terms of public participation, the regulator has been exemplary in terms of do take that message to the DG, and we will continue engaging in Kisan. There are many laws that are coming, so you will continue seeing us knocking at your door and telling you need to listen to us. Ali?
Thank you, Grace. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our members of parliament who've come in. And I'll mention their names, but also, as is traditionally Kenyan, nitawauliza watusalimia kidogo. Ama sio? Okay. Honorable Innocent Momani, MP Babasi, Member ICT Committee. Honorable Mambu Mabruga, MP Pomola Constituency. I will. ICT Committee Member, Honorable Jonah Mburu, MP Larry Constituency. I think he walked out. Also, there you are. ICT Committee, and Honorable Gertrude Bayu, Kilifi County. I'm proud to say that's my home county. I cannot escape that. ICT Committee Member. So, Honorable, I'll start with you, please, to salimia kidogo.
Good morning. God is good.
All the time.
I'm Honorable John Amburu, Larry Constituency, and I'm a member of ICT Committee. Just to add on what the chairman has said, is sometimes the public views the parliamentarians like we are the ones who make laws. But laws are generated from you people. We are the people who give us ideas, we are the people who give us the content, we are the people who give us the needs that we need to make the laws. And we go a very long process to make a law. Like now we just made the cybercrime bill. And we went through a lot of process KICTAnet took us where we met in Mombasa. We met with so many stakeholders to make that law. And where one was not comfortable, we always had a chance to amend. We are creating another law now, like we are creating the
data protection.
Not data protection, the one that copyright bill, which also affects a lot of young people because that is why they feel their money is not coming in when they produce their music, when they produce their books, when they produce their content. And the opportunity is still there for us to get more and more information from all of you people to amend where we can. We'll have data protection bill, and we'll have those many bills that emanate from you people. So sometimes don't view us like we are the bad guy and you are the right guy. If we make a bad law, it may be a reflection of what your desires could be, not ours. Because we always get all that information from you. So let us keep on making them better and better and better every day for the good of our country and for the good of our generations. God bless.
Morning, everybody. You say it in Mapuria or my name is Mabonga. Mwambu Mabonga is my name. I'm a member of parliament for Bumula. Bumula is in Bungoma County. I'm a member of ICT. I'm happy to be here this morning, Chair, and I think there is something I've learned from this young generation. Next time we go for public participation, we need to work with the Ministry of Education and see how we can capture the views of the students. And if possible, even have public participation in schools. Because their issues are very critical. We are making laws that are affecting the young generation, and we need them to take their views very seriously. And secondly, we need to begin working, or at least moving forward. When at times when we go for public participation, we publish, nobody brings the views, no memorandum. But once the bill is at the final stage, you hear a lot of issues. I would suggest that all the same, when the bill is at the final stage and the bill is, has gone through the final stage and it's now in action, operation, you don't have to regret. You come back and have such a forums. It's a collective responsibility. After 6 months, such abuse will be captured and the law will be amended. But we must somehow move forward, because if we leave everything for everybody, and then the country will be in nobody's hands. So I think it's a very educative forum, and I thank everybody who has chosen to be here this morning. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Honorable Gertrude Bayu Onyanje, the Kilifi County P, the Women Rep. Thank you so much. I think I'm touched by the ideas of the girls who came in here. I think, Chair, we have to take it place today that the ideas have to be incorporated. We have to listen to them. We have to visit them. And it's the world. I know the internet, everything, the WhatsApp, is all the youth. I'm pleased to be here, to hear this from the few who gave the ideas. And I think, Chair, with the committee, we are ready to take up the challenge and do the amendments to suit your life, okay? One more say, Matano. I think over the weekend, I was a bit mad over the TV when we were doing the Education Day in Malindi. And I mentioned about the program, Tahiti High. I think students are here, some big boys are here. They watch Tahiti High programs. And being a mother, a leader, and a teacher by profession, there's something I don't understand about Tahiti High program. And the one I was watching and I complained about, doesn't suit our community. And I was speaking for the Kilifi County schools and the students. Because what I was watching, our students were limited. I don't know what kind of a generation we're coming up with. I don't know what your views, because I promised I'll take a motion to Parliament to stop this program. I don't think there's much we're getting out of this. Thank you. Look forward for your views on Tahiti High programs for the betterment of students and what they intend for the betterment of their life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, members of parliament. We appreciate your presence here today. And I will now go to introducing the Youth IGF convener, Watoto Watch Network, Executive Director Lilian Kariki. Now, I think it's important for all of us to understand what is going on here. This IGF is now sort of preparing the next generation. All right, so in the next few years, I would like to see you, my young daughter, standing here, talking, convening, and doing all these kind of things. This is how we prepare the next generation. So, Lilian, we don't take what you're doing lightly. Thank you very much. And Delea, Vipi? Lilian, over to you.
Thank you so much, Annie. My name is Lilian Kariuki, as you've heard, and I'm the Executive Director of Panafric Hotel Network, and also we are the conveners of two events, the Global Safer Internet Day and the Youth IGF. So this year's Youth IGF was on the 5th of July at Strathmore University, and the theme was Hack the Hate, Face Cyberbullying. As a Watoto Watch Network, we've been going to schools for the last 5 years in regards to child online protection. And the number one issue that always comes up in all the schools is cyberbullying. And I know I've mentioned about it during the previous IGFs last year and the other year, but now we need to involve the young people to also come up with solutions, because they are the victims, they are the perpetrators, they know exactly what is required when it comes to cyberbullying and solutions that they can come up with. And this year, that's what they have for you today. I know there are worries even during the Youth IGF were, even if they present, will they be taken seriously, whatever they are going to present today. And I know one of the girls actually brought it up, because we have forums all the time, and when something is mentioned, they don't see that it's taken with any sort of seriousness, because they're young people. So kindly, keenly listen to them and ask them questions, because you can learn from them also. Yes, thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Once again, my name is Jowa Sudi from Sunshine Secondary School. First and foremost, I'd like to thank each and every one of you, especially Lilian, for giving us this opportunity as the youth to spearhead the fight against cyberbullying. Now, what is cyberbullying, first of all? This is any type of bullying that takes place in the cyberspace. Exactly 2 weeks ago, during the Youth IGF at Strathmore, the chief guest was the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. Given the nature of this man's work, he's a man who's been exposed to so much hate on social media. But one thing he told us is that he has never let that hold him back, not even for one day, because he knows his self-worth. That's something I'd like to appeal to each and every one of us, especially my fellow students. Know your self-worth. Now, during the IGF, the following are some of the points that we as youth came up with. First, we need to raise awareness on digital rights, and I'm glad Honorable Kisan has really addressed this, because for most of us, on that day is when we came to know about some digital rights that concern social media and all that. One good thing I suggest is that we should come up with an official panel of well-informed youth at the county level to give you the input on the ground, and also to help come up with some of these laws and implement them. Because after all, these are laws for the youth. They should be by the youth. Another point we came up with is age restrictions. Because you find that in most of these social media platforms, you find 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds who have exposed them so much to the world. And we all know the online predators that are out there. So these young people have exposed them so much to the world. We need to have age restrictions to join these social media platforms. For this, I suggest that we should use we should scan electronic copies of our birth certificates to be used when entering social media. Because in the past, platforms such as Facebook, they've had age restriction, but they've never been taken seriously. So we should really take into consideration who is allowed to join these platforms. And the age that the majority of us agreed was 16. So I think we should sit down with a group of professionals and ponder over this matter. And the other point is orientation to social media. Now, most of these people who join social media, the young people, they join in the name of getting fame or getting followers. And honestly, they don't know what they want in social media. They've heard about it, they think it's good, a good way to connect with people, but it's also a means by which they can be exploited by predators. So once you have orientation, you need to guide them through the possible threats and how to protect themselves. Or be having some cases of cyberbullying, they need to know who to report to in case they've been bullied on the cyberspace. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Phoebe Abbott from Loreto Convent in Songari, and these are some of the other points we came up with. Taking into consideration that today many teenagers are discreet with their emotions towards their parents and guardians due to fear of judgment, punishment, and discrimination, we thought of introducing a platform whereby teenagers and the youth are able to share their emotions with professional counselors. They will have no fear of anyone releasing their information because it will be 100% confidential. And this is an app. We ask the government or any other concerned and able organization to, 1, create a freely and widely accessible app that is aimed at enabling victims of cyberbullying or any person seeking more information on the topic to get the help they desire. Furthermore, the creators will work in conjunction with the Kenyan cybersecurity to track down these online delinquents and give them the necessary penalties. 2, employ professional counselors who will be working in the background with the victims. These counselors will give the victims the help they seek for, and information will remain strictly confidential. We welcome any further suggestions to strengthen this project. Ladies and gentlemen, let me testify to you as a teenager, a student. If I have a problem, be it online, be it with my friends, it will be so difficult, like it will take a lot out of me to go and discuss my problem with my parents. It will be so hard. And this is not on me alone. I believe so many teenagers have this burden. So with this app, we are creating a platform whereby teenagers and youth, anyone who's scared of talking one-on-one with their parents or with their counselors, will be able to get professional help online. That means they don't have to meet whoever is talking to them. There will be no shyness. You won't be keeping anything inside. That's one. The second idea was we need to hold more conferences and forums. Because when I went for the Watoto Watch Forum, just as my friend from Sunshine said, it was also my first time to learn about these bills that have been made, apparently. I did not know about any of those. I did not know a lot about cyberbullying. But as I went for the forum, I got to understand the things that are happening today. I got to understand some of the effects of cyberbullying. Some of the students even testified that they've undergone cyberbullying. So we need to hold more of these forums, these conferences, so that the youth can be educated and that there is awareness about cyberbullying and it actually happening. The third was educating the bullies to reform. So as much as there are penalties on cyberbullying, we also thought that it wouldn't be right to just punish someone and not educate them on what they are doing, what they did wrong. Because we realize that some people are bullying. They're actually practicing cyberbullying, but they do not know because they do not understand what cyberbullying is. So as much as the penalties are being given, the penalties should also come with professional help, whereby if by any case anyone is arrested for the act of cyberbullying, they will be receiving help, psychological help, because we also realize that some of the things that lead to this cyberbullying are mental issues. So these bullies will be getting the professional help they need. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Mwangi from the Convened Secondary School, and I was here to talk about solutions for cyberbullying. We all know that the internet has the power to make you or break you. Today's generation is filled with online predators. One of the main problems with the youth and their access to the internet is cyberbullying. One of the biggest challenges we face while trying to fight cyberbullying is there is no technological way for the internet to understand what bullying is. This is a problem because there is no way of encrypting cyberbullies from the internet. This makes it easy for anyone to get bullied, and the internet cannot verify your personal information. And hence this, the internet can be a valuable source to cyberbullying. The solution to such a problem would be to create a firewall that is able to scan data and encrypt users from sending sensitive information which can be classified as cyberbullying. The firewall would be able to upload various apps which use the internet to communicate. This firewall would be able to scan the specific text you're about to send and prevent the message from being sent if it would in any way upset or hurt the recipient. Then it will be able to give a warning and ask you whether you are sure you would still like to send this specific text and remind you of the effects of cyberbullying. By doing this, it will spread awareness and at the same time make the user think twice before sending the text. This firewall will be effective on comments, text, statuses, and stories, and even feedback. Another thing we would do is spread awareness through blogs and campaigns. On behalf of my friends and I, we started a campaign on stopping bullying in general, and we plan to go to schools. We have already started going to schools and just like public speak and help people understand what are the effects of bullying and how we can actually stop this bullying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ellen, you want to? You're good. Okay, so we're gonna take a break, a 10-minute to 15-minute break for tea. Okay. For the panelists, we'll take a quick photo, but 15 minutes, then we get back. We still have a number of stuff to discuss. The next panel is going to be an interesting one. We're going to be talking about developments in fintech and e-commerce. So teams are on that side. Please, what I would suggest is 10 to 15 minutes, and if you're not done with your tea, please just come back with it. Thank you.
Patricia, I want them to I'm well. Yeah, now bring some of the issues. These guys misunderstood my question, so I'm Thank you. Good to see Habari yako? I see you on online. Online? Yeah. Good. June? Fine. You rushing somewhere before they leave?
I just want to get up and drink.
Go ahead then, before they get finished. Hi. How are you doing? Let me come closer. I'm done. Oh, okay. How are you? Good to see you. Yes. It's okay, I've already put my teacher on standby. Where? It's at 10. So I'm waiting for that, so I'm going to told them. You said it after 10, you said 4 days. I will divide it to half. We are trying to connect yeah, you can. I will send the little director to give you. Yeah. It was.
but even graduate and graduate.
Head of the household.
I did got Jack kuuliza book aliyotext.
No, but it's a no. But I think it's a good thing, yeah? Because it was actually not being said like flat out. It was
venye tulikuwa na DMS forum. Tuli set up
unaona sasa ile HDMI yake ndio sasa
ichukue hiyo live feed,
inachukua kutoka hizi camera. So you don't even need this camera.
It's true. Let me see.
But anyway,
does it have HDMI? Unajua, this is also recording. But it's fine. What we would have done,
because unajua bado hata record tu.
Tunge layers now mapema, tunge set up sound desk. Alafu na hizo ma connection zote. Alafu tuwa brief ndio isi drop juu Kevin ana coordinate pia in the background.
Okay. Ndio sababu unaona tukibuy stuff, you buy,
it's true,
the whole
unanunua
kitu ya kudini na kamera na nini, so that hakuna ati unaona hiyo coordinate back. Sasa hizi unajua kwa na hiyo back end hapo.
It's true, so that hakuna
back kuna split ya HDMI?
Okay. But unaweza uliza kinko sijui kama hiyo ni from page yetu HDMI.
HDMI. Hakuna.
HDMI?
Nilikuwa nafikira naona feed yenu. Nilikuwa nafikira kama hiyo feed inaweza kuienda online but.
Iende online. Kama tu online na
juu iko na HDMI. So HDMI inakuwa na audio, si ndio? Ile tu sasa tuna another sijui iko na HDMI out moja peke yake. Na cable mko tu na moja pia. Hiyo ndefu. Anyway.
Hapo lazima ni tu convert
yeah. Ndio naona. Because this was
it's better quality because now hii iko online is that hii light is very dark. Itamsaidia.
So I think hii kitu ndio walikuwa wanaongelea good. I think they've hired it.
Yeah.
I sent him his number. It's actually, yeah, he's the one who bought and he called his her passport.
Hii naweza songa kidogo pande hii. Naweza songesha hii kidogo hii side. Kama? Bado iko na space. Tunajua kigonga mguu ina itashake. Ama weke mguu muvisha uweke hivi. Yeah. So that unaweza weka one leg on one side and then ndio.
Notice mtu akiwa pale na
huyu pia yeah. Kitan. Unaweza kuja mbele.
Wikirathi nawe. Oh, niwe ngururire. Timu wega. Karo ni mathire kumwona. Na ndari. Oh. Na maindi yake ni areshiria wega. Ai ndimu na ni arekete ndare no gethaire ngofite ni mwa kuma force na mede dagitari. Victoria ngaro mena rosto rumanire ona erija ni athire. Actually she's not well at all, but anyway we really pray that yakuya kufitani. Thanks for the reminder. I think but she lives on her own. The next
Ladies and gentlemen, let us settle down. Okay, moving on. We are not doing well in terms of time management. So the next session is going to address developments in financial technology or fintech and electronic commerce. And I would like to invite the panelists, if they're in the room, Mr. George Juguna, the Chief Information Officer of Housing Finance, Mr. Steve Njenga, the Chief Information Officer of Barclays Bank, Ross Muturi, the Regional Manager for Tala, and Rosemary Koech. If you are in the room, please come up to the stage. Rosemary, we need you up on the stage. So the moderator of this panel will be Ali Hussein Kasim from Ali Hussein Kasim Associates. He was the moderator of the previous session. He will be joining us briefly, and we look forward to very interesting insights from the very able panel with regard to developments in financial technology and electronic commerce. May I request you to settle down, please? Kindly reserve the networking for lunchtime. Okay? So for those of us that may not be familiar with these acronyms, fintech and e-commerce, at least you're familiar with the products, isn't it? M-Pesa, M-Shwari, what else? Tala, what else? Branch, what else? Bora Uhai. I've not used that one, but I saw it during the World Cup. Okay? Yeah, so of course fintech has caused a lot of disruption in our daily lives. Nowadays you don't have to go queue at Kenya Power. You have what? Mula, isn't it? Reminds you when the bills are due. Sawa sawa. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ali. Please, Ali is our moderator. Let's welcome our panel with a round of applause. Sign them up a bit. Ali, the floor is yours. You can guide us in the session.
Thank you, everyone. Are we settled down? Can the lady at the far end hear me? Great. So let me introduce my panel. first, and then we do a quick intro. My far right is George Juguna. George is the CIO for Housing Finance Group. Is that the correct way to HF? So next to George is Rosemary Kimachu. Rosemary is a fintech lawyer, and you get to hear, if this is your first time to hear the term fintech, please raise your hand. Well, great. I see we've been doing some good evangelism. Next to Rosemary is Steve Jenga. Steve is the CIO, Chief Information Officer of Barclays. And next to me is Rose Muturi. Rose Muturi is the Regional Manager for Tala. Who doesn't know what Tala is? Who doesn't know what Tala is? We all know what Tala is. That's interesting. Great. So, without further ado, let's just go quickly into what my panel is all about today. Developments in fintech and e-commerce. I think we know what M-Pesa is, and I don't honestly think there is a bank in this country today that does not have a mobile app. Okay? It leads to better engagement with customers. It leads to more efficient customer experiences. So I'm gonna ask Rose to give us an initial intro, who she is, what Tala does, what they've contributed to the fintech space in East Africa, and then we'll quickly go into a quick Q&A session. Rose.
Hello everyone, my name is Rose Muturi. I look after the operations for Tala for East Africa. So we define Tala as a data science and technology company that also happens to be giving out loans. So we've been in operation since 2014, and in East Africa we're in Kenya and Tanzania. Our mission actually is to create financial access, choice and control to the underserved. And how we do this is by using what we call alternative data. I'm sure we'll get into more details of that, to be able to assess how someone is creditworthy without having them to bring in any collateral. We don't meet them, we don't have any face-to-face interactions with them, and we're able to disburse a loan to them in under 3 minutes. So we work purely on Android, and we've actually been able to get, in the 4 years that we've been in Kenya, we've been able to get more than 2 million customers, and we still continue to innovate, because we believe credit is the first thing we've been able to do. Our customers are becoming more sophisticated, the market is becoming more sophisticated as well, and we look forward to the next frontier that fintech is going to have.
Next Rose, Steve.
Can you hear me? Yeah, hi. As Ali said, my name is Steve Jenga. I look after the ICT for Barclays. I've been in the industry for over 20 years at various organizations, the last 4 years at Barclays. Excuse me, in the fintech space, in apps, I guess we're a little bit different from the likes of Tala, especially. Our apps tend to be more closely targeting, at least initially, just targeting our own customers. But we're starting to look outside. I think you guys have heard of Jamiza, which is anyone in the market space, where you don't have to be a Barclays customer. Also trying to use non-traditional credit scoring. It's a little bit more difficult for us, obviously. But we're getting there. Thanks.
Thanks, you. Rosemary?
Hi. My name is Rosemary Koichi-Mwaju. I'm a public policy lawyer with a bias towards financial services and fintech. So I really look forward to sharing lots of insights, and I'm happy with the panel that's here today, representing all sides of the divide. I guess Ali and I are the neutral arbiters. Yeah.
Good afternoon, I guess. George Juguna, kind of been like Steve in the banking space. working currently at HF, an organization that's traditionally been about giving people shelter, but recently transitioning into the digital space, both Android and iOS platforms, are looking to move into mass market through customer acquisition and lending on the digital space, learning from, of course, Tala and Brush, and the people who've been pioneers in that area, and really looking at how more people can have access to bank accounts, facilities, investment advice, and eventually given the ultimate dream of shelter, but doing it ethically. So it's not that we're taking advantage of people, but really guiding them along the financial journey. So quite excited to be here. It's my first time at the conference, and very pleased with the wide range of stakeholders and looking forward to an interesting discussion.
Good, thank you very much. I want to take it back to Rosemary and ask Rosemary to maybe give us a synopsis of the new finance bill. Who has not heard about the new finance bill? Who has not heard about it? Who knows what's in there? Who knows what's in the finance bill? Apart from my panelists. Who knows what's in the finance bill? You know what's in the finance bill, my brother? Okay, we'll come back to you, but Rosemary has done quite a bit of work in that particular area. So maybe Rosemary, you can spend about 3 minutes just giving us a quick overview and how it's going to affect us and how it's going to affect my panelists.
Okay. So the finance bill, of course, doesn't cover only the banking and fintech. It covers a wide range of industries. But today I'm going to touch on those that specifically touch on what we're doing here. So the first issue is on the banking interest rates. There's a suggestion in the finance bill that the interest rates should be done away with. Of course, there are very many varied responses to that, with the bankers saying, okay, fine, this is really good. And we have other people saying that in as much as we're taking away the interest rates, what happens to the rights of consumers? And that's been an emerging concern. But there's also the school of thought where they say that banking is only one side of the playing field. You can't be a referee and you're only refereeing one part of the financial sector. The other players, I'm happy some of them are represented here, the Talas, the Corporations, and any other, even so one, Okolea. So the question now is, what happens now to all those other consumers of financial services who are on the other side of the playing field? Are we working too hard to regulate one end and leaving the other? So the other issue was also in the new taxations on financial services. There was, for bigger spenders, the Robin Hood tax of 0.05% for transactions above 500,000. And then now there's the increase in taxation for excise tax. You know that every time you pay money through Lipa and M-Pesa, or every time you receive money through mobile money services, yes, there's a charge that's there. So the government takes a bit of that. So this time, that has also been increased slightly, from 10 to around 12%. Now the query is, these are just sound bites. Are we too happy about it? Are we taxing our way out of financial inclusion? We have so many beautiful gains from financial inclusion, but is taxing it the right way? Or are we going to push people out of these services? And the funny thing is, so not in Kenya, but in Uganda, they also had a similar experience. And they're saying, before you send me money through mobile money, can you call me first? Call me first to confirm if you want to incur that charge. Are we going to get to the same place in Kenya? In as much as financial services is the lowest hanging fruit, and it's the easiest purview into how money is moving around the economy, are we taking the right steps? So all this is just to pick our minds, minds of the panelists, and more importantly, the minds of you, our audience. And I'm happy that we can have legislators in the room. And there's also been a query that some of these taxes have been implemented already before they were discussed in Parliament. Should that be, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing?
what about public participation? All of us who are affected by all these taxes. Yeah.
Rosemary, I like that particular statement that you made. Are we taxing our way out of financial inclusion? Could you maybe I would like to ask Rose to probably jump in here and maybe comment about that, but also comment about the fact that on one side we are seeing a push towards removing the interest cap rates, but on the other side we are seeing another push towards capping interest on mobile lending. Are we, as a country, becoming schizophrenic? We don't know what we want. Are we, as a country, starting to do policy piecemeal? Are we? Your thoughts, Rose from Tala.
Okay, great. So I'll speak on the first one, and it's amazing when we speak about, does anyone know about the finance bill? And I think we literally saw one hand going up. Yet I'm sure all of us use mobile money, and maybe we're dealing with a rich group here, but I noticed that I'm paying 1 shilling extra because M-Pesa does not have decimals. They won't tell you, oh, we've increased it by 60 cents. It will go up the next shilling. So for you rich folks, just look at the bills that you're paying. But when it comes to now the impact it has on our business, for instance, the number of loans we do, say, in a day or maybe in a month, if we're doing tens of thousands in a day, it means the cost of business naturally goes up. Now, we as Sala are not looking at, so this has gone up, are we going to now take it to the consumer to take the hit? Because that was not the original intention. So the cost of doing business for us becomes more costly, and it's something which you have to anticipate and say, yes, we will have to pay this bill. For the consumer, how are they affected? Every time they take out a loan with us, they have to repay, and they have to ask themselves that conversation of, I need to pay more to pay back this loan. So it's affecting them, but at the end of the day, because it's regulation, and part of the regulation says they can use the alternative law to implement some of these taxations before it goes to Parliament, I guess from a business point of view, we understood where it came from. And particularly, that was the only one that was hitting us quite hard, because the others, I guess the banking sector, when they do overnight lending, will be affected more when it comes to the 0.05% increase. And I guess in the spirit of how can the government make money, I'm sure the intentions are okay. What we would want to really ask, especially the legislators, is to always involve the stakeholders. I know also on our part as stakeholders, we need to be heavily involved in all the conversations. We need to put our faces out there. I'll give an example of yesterday. There was a public hearing with regards to the Data Protection Act. And when we went to the county hall, I think we were literally 30 people in the room. And it was amazing because this is public participation. We're only 30 people, and we're giving our feedback regarding our regulation that's going to affect more than 40 million Kenyans. So it's up to us, and in fact, when they talk about public participation, it does not mean you have to represent a company or a business. You are entitled as a citizen of this country to walk in and say, hey, I am not happy with a particular clause in the bill. That meaning you have to read these bills when they come out. They're always there online. If you're old-fashioned, you can pick them at the Kenya Gazette, the printers, they're always blue in color. So just use the e-version, it's much easier. So the other question, so there's been a lot of noise actually about the interest rates, and you're always getting into that question. So because the banking sector is under the rate cap regime, and we all know the spirit of why that actually came to be, and all the...
We don't touch it.
Okay, I don't want to edit it out because I'm sitting right next to a banker.
Okay, I'm going to ask Steve and George on that one.
But there was a lot of hue and cry which came from the market that loans were actually priced quite high. There's a lot of conversation in the background as well. However, what happened was when the rate caps came in, the intention was making credit affordable to the Kenyan citizens. However, it was that knee-jerk reaction which did not look into the whole chain. So much as the intention was there to take the rates down to 4% central bank rate, and then you add all the calculations that you need to do so you get to maybe a maximum of 13.5 or 14% per annum. The bigger mathematics was just too much for the banking sector to say, hey, this is great, let's just go ahead. So the disadvantages, unfortunately, outweigh the advantages or the spirit which the rate cap had. So what has actually happened right now is that the noise has moved over to the non-banking sector, where they're talking about, can we also cap the rates that are being used in institutions such as Tala? Now, some of the factors that we have to bear in mind are, for digital lenders, the way we do our business is we first of all look at how quickly can we be able to disburse this loan to the user. We don't know this particular user, we've never met them. We're going to use science to actually be able to say to a very high confidence level that this individual is good for credit. So if you look at Tala's book, for instance, or the loans that we give out, we actually have more than 65% of the ages between 18 and 24 who have never had maybe very decent banking history, if I can put it that way. But we're able to say, you know what, we're going to actually give this individual a loan because we can predict that they're going to be able to pay. The risk we take when we're doing this is actually very high. And therefore, that's why we're able to play in a space where we tell the banks, it's okay, we will go to that bottom level where we say this customer has never taken out a loan in their lives. We will give them that benefit of doubt. We'll give them that loan. Once we give them the first one and the second one and they repay and they grow up the ladder, the loan ladder, we now tell the banking sector, it's okay, you can now take this customer who now has a credit history. So that's the place where we play as Tala, and we firmly believe we would not fit into the space of the Central Bank Act and where the rates are capped at the level where they are. And speaking with a few legislators, they understand the risk elements between maybe SACCOs, microfinance that purely give out credit and don't take deposits, and the sector we're in. They understand all this. So when it comes to the implementation, what we need to agree with them is, as stakeholders will be involved in those decisions. We are not purely against it, we're just saying let there be rationale that will be applied when and if this comes into effect.
Rose, thank you very much. That's quite informative. Steve, do you want to add anything in relation to the movement towards this new financial bill, more regulation, and how that's sort of affecting the banking sector?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Andrew. So I think banks are already overregulated. That's our position. With the cap being an example of that, where the intent and the spirit was noble, as was stated, but the outcome was not exactly what they anticipated. Whether the rate is 14 or 20%, I mean, we still have to rate you from a risk perspective. We still have to determine upfront, can we lend you money with the hope that you're going to pay back? And so what has happened now with that cap, if our engine showed that we should have given you 15%, we can't, because the cap says it's 14.5. So a lot of people have gone to other markets for the bigger loans, the Shybocks and those kinds of things. So I think overregulation definitely is going to stifle the banks in terms of making money, but I think it's also pushed us to try and be more innovative in our lending strategies. With Barclays, we've got a new app called Visa, which is probably going after the same market as Tower. So that's been a positive outcome for the banking sector, and I think that you'll continue to see a lot of that coming up, especially from the likes of artists. With regards to the finance bill, I think, again, for us banks, you were right, some laws were implemented before there was any public discussion. And specifically, if you look at the Robin Hood tax, the 500,000 repair tax, if you move 500,000 from one account to another, you see, that's all it says. So the question is, if you happen to have 500,000, you're going to move from your checking to your savings. As the law states, we're going to have to take a cut of that to give it to KRA. Right? Also, if you move money from one bank, from Barclays to your family bank account, you're going to get taxed. Right? There's a question, if I'm moving money from my savings account to pay to my mortgage account, as it stands, you get taxed. So it's very, very unclear. KB has already filed a petition against that. We're hoping that will go through. So at least they clarify exactly what does that tax. And what I think personally I'm afraid of is today it's 500,000, next year it could be 100,000, and then 10,000 shillings, and then 1,000 shillings. Because I think KRA is still, I mean, we know we need money, we've got a lot of debt, but perhaps this is not the right way to do it.
You know, I had a conversation the other day. This new tax on deposits or remittances is called the Robin Hood tax. But somebody said it's misnamed. It should have been called the Sheriff of Nottingham tax. Anyway, George, do you want to maybe add your voice on this, especially when you consider the fact that you're moving now towards mainstream banking, but you've always, housing finance has always been sort of a mortgage lender. For me, I've always wondered why in a country of 14 million Kenyans, you have less than 30,000 mortgages. What's up with that, as my young audience will say, or as my teenage son, I've caught him say, WTF, Dad.
Thanks, Andy. I do agree. To be very honest, at least in the last 16 to 18 months, I've been in the real estate space and gotten a lot of insights. And a couple of things stand out. One, first of all, is the cost of housing in Kenya has been very high, extremely high. And once you factor in the interest rates, it becomes extremely impossible for the average Kenyan to own a home. And then when you take the way credit evaluation is done, again, people who are employed seem to have more access to these facilities. There's not a lot that's been there in terms of credit evaluation for SMEs. So what do? They end up taking other loans, not mortgages. So people are servicing facilities in SACCOs, in microfinance, in big chamas, in family groups under the whole mortgage area, but it's not booked as a mortgage. Sometimes in many institutions, it's even easier to process an unsecured loan than it is to process a mortgage. So you go and you get several unsecured loans, and you first do the foundation, then the first floor. So if you culminate all of this, people are borrowing to build, but the mortgage products as they were done and the credit evaluation was skewed more to the employed population. So if you then look at who are the people subscribed for Zuku, DSTV, that correlates well with those numbers. So I'm very happy with what's happening now as the government is bringing the necessary entities, including ourselves, to talk about affordable housing. And I mean, there's been a big spike in the cost of land, and I believe the government's trying to address that. We believe we can build units between 2 million and 4 million shillings that are quite habitable. Where we've done projects around 4 to 6 million shillings, they all sell off plan. where we've done 10 million and above, it's a struggle. And therefore, and at the time, a lot of the people who are funding these projects were funding at 14% and above. Now you come again and the interest is capped now at 13.5. You start making a loss on that project immediately based on the regulation. So I believe it will be sorted. I think we all need to support it. I believe government needs to work more with private sector. Private sector is able to deliver these facilities a lot faster, but the cost of land needs to be looked at, and perhaps also some subsidies on some of the costs of building, like materials. I think if we can deliver housing between 1.4 and 4 million shillings to Kenyans, we'll have a lot more Kenyans who pay rent right now, who can have a dignified home that they can call their home. And I believe that's, our tagline is dreams made possible. And so even as we're moving to our digital platform, HF Wiz, the whole goal is to get every single person on Wiz to one day own a home. But it's not going to be the 10 million, 14 million homes. I think at whatever stage, because our target segment is the youth and the micro segment, we believe if you can get them paying around 30,000 shillings, 25,000, they can afford to get a home. And also find some new adjustable ways. Maybe don't insist on a monthly payment. Maybe someone can only pay once a year or once every 3 months. Allow them to have some form of flexibility on how you put this together. And I'm hoping the new, I think it's a mortgage refinance institution, can look at those type of models, because for somebody who is in the micro space, they're probably not getting money every month. Maybe they're getting it every few months, and that's when they can give a bullet payment towards their facility. On the other question, I think Steve and Rose have addressed it quite elaborately, but banking has become very costly. We have a new regulation called IFRS 9 that's requiring us to do 100% provisions.
Good. I promised people in the morning that anybody who brings up an acronym will give us the meaning of it.
Okay.
Everybody's head is swimming with acronyms this morning. What is IFRS 9?
So essentially, banks have a number of regulators, so I'll just give you a quick tutorial on it. So we have the local regulator, that's the CBK. Then there's the broader international accounting entities, like international finance regulations that should come into play. So essentially what IFRS 9 has looked to do, it's a regulation more on the accounting side of things that's focused on financial services, is that we do something we call provisioning. Provisioning is really money that we start to put aside that likely you will not pay. And so traditionally we do it that you don't pay in 30 days, we put you on a certain bucket. Then 60 days we put you on what's called watch. Then 90 days we now list you. Now essentially when you show the habit of not paying is when we go there. The IFRS 9 regulation is saying from the very beginning, assume that these people will not pay, everybody. So essentially, we now take a hit on our financials and start docking our revenue, even if you're the best person and you're the best payer. Now in our market, a key question we ask is, one of the heaviest borrowers from us is the government. And obviously we don't treat the government's facilities as if they would go bad. But if you look at IFRS 9 in its purest form, it also means you should also take provisions on money you've given the government. So essentially, if you take that with a conversation about financial inclusion, removing cash from the economy, ease of doing business, giving mortgages to the lower end of the market, this becomes nearly impossible.
So IFRS means International Financial Reporting Standards, especially for my young audience there. George and everyone else in my panel, let's talk a bit about innovation. Steve, a little Albert told me that Timiza is less than 6 months old. So here's a shocking statistic. I'm allowed to give that statistic. I'm allowed to Anyway, in terms of numbers, Timiza has grown phenomenally. I think even Barclays themselves were shocked about that. Why do you think innovation is starting? I mean, just listening to you guys, listening to Steve and listening to George, I'm almost wondering whether these guys are technical guys in banking. You know, I think the conversation has really evolved. I mean, it has really evolved. And, I'm actually super happy about that. How do you think innovation is going to move forward in terms of financial inclusion, in terms of engaging the communities that have never banked before? Because even as we talk about the unbanked, I think we are moving the goalposts in terms of how we define the unbanked. So, Steve, innovation, how important is it going forward to Barclays and to the banking sector?
So yeah, it's very important. Like he said, we're very constrained by all these regulations from the government, from international bodies. So that's forcing us to look elsewhere, to do things differently. In addition, even in a country of 40 million, there's only so many people who work who can open an account. And we have 42 banks, which is quite a lot of banks. So in order to survive, we have to be creative. We have to come out with other ways of, I don't want to say just use making money, but of including everybody in the community in the financial system. Because you do need that system either to grow your business, to do other things when I do in the community. So one of the things that, well, I think this is going to go eventually. I don't think the regulations will stop. They'll change, they'll evolve, but they'll always be there because we do have to protect you, the consumer. We don't want to be like shadows. People just lend you money and beat you up if you don't pay. If you look at products like Timiza is what Barclays is looking to do more of. Products that are easy to use and give everybody access to just a little bit of money so they can get ahead, they can grow their businesses, they can pay emergency fees and things like that. I think that's a space to tap into. The other space which I think Tala is very close to breaking into is sort of the micropayments, which no financial institution has been able to do. So talking about your mama boga, if I want to pay for 3 cabbages for 20 bob, or 50 shillings, you can't really use M-Pesa. It's going to be, you can't use, maybe you can use it once, but we want all our citizens to stay within the cashless system, ecosystem, which is much, much more efficient. And don't forget those ecosystems, in my opinion, will help reduce things like corruption, which is rampant in this country. Because everything is digital, we can keep track of where the money is going.
Thanks, Steve. I would like to invite now the audience. If you have a burning question. Okay, I can see many hands. Let's take 3 questions first.
You can queue up here.
Come up
or
here.
You can have another queue there.
Let's start with Grace. So we have.
Just come all of you.
Do we have students who also want to ask questions? Okay, don't worry, we'll give you priority, I promise. Grace and my lovely daughter who's standing up there.
Thank you. I heard a lot about using science, about helping the unbanked, about being good to the poor, and I'm just wondering at what cost? Because I think what we are calling science is just basically data, and in this whole conversation I did hear
that much about data, and so about data and data protection, especially protection of privacy of the person. And so I'm just curious about to hear how you're balancing protection of privacy of the person and using so-called science to help the poor or marginalized or unbanked.
So, just a small little thing before you ask your question, unless you want to ask it anonymously, please introduce yourself, what you do. So, Grace, please, before you sit, who you are, blah, blah, blah.
My name is Grace Mutulu. I am a digital rights lawyer.
Hi, Basi. And that question, I guess, is probably addressed to Rose. But any one of my panelists can also take it. So your name and who you are addressing your question to.
My name is Shadrach, and ICT consultant. My question is basically, I think, to Tala and Steve, being that they're doing Tunisia, right? So my question is about, are we not mortgaging the society? And what I mean by this is that if you look at these microfinance solutions, like Tala, Branch, and probably Tunisia, people are borrowing left and right. In my village, there was a price recently that there's a person who owes Tala, he stopped using Tala now, he's going to Branch, and probably going to Tunisia. So what is the ethical aspect of it, and what are you guys doing around that? Because if we are not careful, it's good to have financial institutions, but are we not mortgaging the lower end of the society? Because the next thing is probably report them to credit bureau, and these are young people who are probably leaving high school, getting to a phone, borrowing. By the time they become grown up, they'll never access any credit facility.
That is actually a very interesting question. So I want to make a confession. I'm a fintech consultant, and on my phone I have all the banking apps, all of them in Kenya, and I have all the mobile credit apps on my phone. And I'll tell you a story about that as we move along.
Hello.
Hello.
Sarah Loreto Msagadi.
Sarah who?
Sarah Sasha. Question to Rose. So you talked about Tala, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't use Tala, but people around me use it.
I hope so.
Yeah. So once my friend asked me to help him and to sign up, right? So this question is really disturbing me. Why do you ask them for what they do, their jobs, how much they are paid? Is it for security or to know the history of the person was? Yeah. Thank you.
After talking about Tala, I'm not sure I want to introduce myself. I think I don't want to disclose to everyone that I have a loan. That's currently stressing me, but since now I'm in a safe space and I know I'll get off that list, my name is Mowore, and I'll not say the others for security purposes. I am a student of political science and international relations. And I'll make it very quick. One, to the housing department. My mom told me 20% or 25% of my salary goes to my rent. So how are you going to assure me, who is earning 15,000 probably, that I'll be able to pay for a 4 million house? Even if I was to pay the whole 10,000 to housing, it will take me maybe 30, 40 years to pay for that house. Number two, to the banks, I have an innovation. I'm very creative. And as we had in the morning, taking it to different people leads to them stealing my innovation. So if I come to the bank to ask for money with no credit history, you will not give me a loan for my startup. And even if you are to give me that loan, how will I provide a solution to Mama Mboga who wants to pay me slowly, and yet you guys are always on my neck to provide payments for that? And then lastly,
I don't think the financial bill is for me, because at the end of the day, if you're taxing M-Pesa, and you know I have to use M-Pesa to get my payments, if you're taxing me, who is receiving 500,000 profits from my business, and I have to take the money back from this account to this other account to run my businesses, then how am I supposed to continue surviving? Because literally I'm not surviving, I'm existing now.
So, could we stop there? We'll come back to you guys. I think we have like 4 questions. Let my panelists answer them before they forget them. Who wants to go first? Okay, go on.
What I'll talk about is from an independent point of view, that in terms of data protection, we're analyzing all these facts about us people. We have a legal provision that's coming in. We even have the Europeans that have developed their own legislation. But I think the best people to answer this question are the bankers and the people who actually mining the data.
So, for us, at least in the banking fraternity, that's already, we already do a very good job of protecting your data. There's a lot of regulations around that. Some of the banks like Barclays are already regulated in the EU, in the US, and those elements apply to us. And with the new data protection measures coming from the EU, if you have even one customer from the EU in your bank locally, you have to follow those rules. So I can tell you with certainty that we do protect your data, at least in the banking fraternity.
Now, I think 3/4 of the questions were for Tala. So let me start with Sarah. First of all, I hope your friend is over 18 or their ID was theirs. Anyway, but on a very serious note, we actually only deal with 18 and above, so I'm sure she was talking to someone who's of age. And we do check with actually the government registry, IPRS, which was mentioned even with the legislators, which is the Integrated Population Registry System. It has all the IDs, the birth certificates that you talk about, it has all that documentation, and you have to integrate with them securely to get that data. Now, the other question that had been asked was on data science, that we mentioned we use science. Now, I'll give an example. Today, as you're seated here, you have friends, and maybe one of your friends has ever come to you and said, can I borrow maybe 100 shillings or 5,000? We've established this quorum is reached, so maybe they ask for 100,000. And by the time you make that decision for, let me give my friend this money or not, there are many things that run through your mind. Questions being, hey, is this person going to be able to pay me back? Or will I have to tell them pay me in installments? Will I have to call them incessantly? Then there's this other friend who will come and tell you, please give me 1,000 shillings, and without even thinking about it, you say, here, go, here's 1,000 shillings, I'm sure you'll give me back. There is that rationale that you use to determine whether should I give this person money or not. Now, the same principle applies when it comes to giving credit. How will you be able to actually define or get to that very accurate level to predict that this individual whom you're giving money to will be able to pay you back? So based on data science, and I'm happy there are students here because that's something that's really coming up, you can actually be able to pick particular behaviors and patterns which speak to, is this person going to be willing to pay, and is this person able to pay, as an example. So maybe the person who asked you for 1,000 shillings originally and you said no, probably they borrowed someone else and they never paid back. Or maybe they borrowed you some time ago and they never paid you back, so you're not going to burn your fingers again. That already is a behavior that you analyze subconsciously and say, no, I'm not going to give this person money. Now, science makes it better. Machine learning means you can actually take a lot of data which speaks about a behavior and say, let's measure this and let's put a score on it and let's do things much faster. So I would say it's something similar, but you're not doing it for larger numbers. And that's how we actually, yes, for a larger scale. And that's how we're able to use the data science. A very, very basic example that we like giving as Scala. All of you have cell phones. And that's a big assumption that I'm taking, but I'm pretty sure all of us here have cell phones. the way you say numbers in your phone speaks a lot about behavior. If you wanted to know a fraudster, they don't say the last name. They will say they're Ali. They could have 10 of them. But for you, you'll say they're Ali, probably the second name, you actually probably put where he works so that you know whom are you talking to. Probably you'll have someone called Jane Mama Akufua or John Zewa Maka. You have something to identify them. But a fraudster will probably not. So, because they're not interested in, I don't need to know you, I just need one call, finish, move on. If you analyze such data, you can pick out who actually can, raise red flags about fraud, who will not. So imagine analyzing that for thousands and hundreds of thousands of applications. So you can easily be able to establish fraud or non-fraud using data science. I don't mean before you go and start receiving your customers' numbers. I'm just saying it as an example. Then the other thing was on the, I think, how are we helping the poor? But I don't think as Carla we actually mentioned anything to do with the poor, and I don't mean any disrespect, because the target market we're after, which I mentioned earlier, our application is available only on Android. So we're literally talking about someone who has access to a smartphone, someone who has access to data, because you need data to be able to use our app, and by the solutions we provide, because we're still after the micro entrepreneur, they are able to still stock up their shops because of the volume that we give, which is between 1,000 shillings up to 30,000 shillings. And when we enable that individual, we've seen the stories of how they're now able to uplift the rest of their family members. So the target segment we're after is a bit different because we are an organization which is for profit. So that's the distinction I would put with regards to how we are influencing the society.
Thanks, Rose. George?
Thanks. As Steve has said, I think data is powerful, and I think the science and the tools behind it allow you to reach mass market. And I mean, that's why we've changed. I think our organization traditionally, you bring forms, you go 2 to 3 months to get a loan. I think that doesn't work. When you need to stock your store, as Rose has said, you need the money now. And you can't take a form, because leaving your shop to go to the bank to take a form means you're closing your shop and you can't get the money. But at the same time, we must also report on you. You borrow from us, the regulator is expecting that we are reporting on you. We need to know you, we need to KYC you. Interesting fact also discovering entering this space is a lot of fraudsters will register a lot of lines that are similar around the same time and look to quickly get on your platform. I believe we've done one of the easiest account opening processes. You just need your name, your ID, and your phone number to get an account. But then you have to go through AML checks, terrorism checks, and all of this.
There's the acronym again.
So anti-money laundering and terrorism, and because the worst thing you ever want as a bank, and you've seen it happen to global banks, is you have an account for some suspicious characters. And all this is being done by tech, because nobody is going to the bank. So that makes the cost of doing that business not as cheap at times as the traditional, especially when you're not at the large volumes. Once you start to scale it up, you still need to do a lot and crunch a lot more numbers. So I believe in that segment, as much as you give up the cost of having a branch and maybe a credit department, you then pick up technology costs, machine learning, artificial intelligence that come at a cost. So I believe there's a balance. We must protect your data, but we must also do know your customer, KYC, a lot better than we've been doing it, because you're this faceless digital person who can morph. Today you are George Njenga, tomorrow you are Njuguna, and all of a sudden you're all over the place borrowing, and we must give account as to why we brought you on board. I think on the question you asked about a mortgage, I think currently the conversation is how low-cost housing can be financed at 8%. Now 8% on a 2 million facility is 16,000 shillings a month. I believe that's quite fair in the market. I think if there is other means that can be done, I think it's a conversation. And just like Rose mentioned, these are the things that public participation should attract. If 10,000 shillings for you is too much money to pay for a mortgage, I think come with suggestions on how you can pay 8,000 or 2,000. But at the same time, this is being funded by someone. And I think I went to banking school 15 years ago. Money comes at a cost. The business that Rose does, Steve does, that I do, it comes at a cost. And somebody has to pay for it. Whether it's a single shareholder or multiple, somebody somewhere is subsidizing. And even if it's the government, you're going to pay for it in higher taxes, Robin Hood or Nottingham. And at the end of the day, there's a cost to it. So I do believe 8% is quite fair. And the banks are saying if we can find a way to be financed to meet this demand at that rate, it's quite good. Because every time you see rates, you also need to look at the cost of funding. Somebody is giving that money hoping to get a return. So if you want to pay mortgage rates as low as 5%, give us a 1% cost of funding. But again, we're competing in an economy where government T-bills have been oscillating around 10% and above. So for me as an investor, I'd rather buy treasury bills with government of Kenya, infrastructure bills at 13%, than go give you money at 1% to 5%. And that's the reality of banking.
Absolutely. Thanks, George. I think Rose has a planning point she wants to make, but as Rose picks up the microphone, I want to say something very interesting. Listening to my panelists today, these are mostly business people, but when they start using terms like public participation, I see that the work of KICTAnet is bearing fruit. So KICTAnet, well done. Rose.
All right, so I'm not sure if it's burning, but I just wanted to respond to Shadrach. It's a question I hadn't looked at, where you mentioned about are we mortgaging the low end of the society, where people have access to credit, they can go from one app to the next. Just to mention a few things on that. One, the different lenders have different ways of assessing whether you already have another existing loan or not. Then there's a whole mechanism that is called credit information sharing. Now, a lot of us in the room may believe that the Credit Reference Bureau is some form of, like a police station where bad borrowers are dumped. No. Credit information sharing, and in that spirit where you have the Credit Reference Bureau, means all the data about borrowers, whether they're paying well or not, is submitted to the Credit Reference Bureau. Now that gives an opportunity to any lender to go and check, does this individual have an existing loan? Yes or no? What is their score? And am I willing to take the risk of giving them another loan on top of that? Because it's basically looking at affordability. There's nothing wrong, for instance, even right now as we speak, there probably could be someone here who has a loan with Barclays, which they're already paying, and they have maybe a mortgage with HF because they found HF to be a better supplier of mortgages. So it also happens at the high level. What needs to happen, and one thing that we do very categorically as TALA, is to do consumer education. There are some educational messages that we send out to our borrowers to actually inform them about, now you are a borrower, do you know what it means to have credit? Do you know what it means to pay on time? Do you know the advantage you have? And some basic things such as telling the borrower, did you know if you pay on time, you enable us to give your friend a loan, makes a big difference. Because they think about that friend who's been nagging them, asking them for money, and they say, hey, if I pay mine, I can require this person to go and borrow. So just a basic level of information, because as Tala, we've decided to rephrase how finance is looked at. No jargon, we don't say IFRS and those things, but we use very, very basic language because we know the consumers need to be aware of what does a loan mean and why do they need to pay and why it's important to create a credit profile.
Thank you, Rose. I know we are running out of time, Barack, but there were three gentlemen who stood up, so I will give them an opportunity. I'm sorry, guys, We've run out of time. These guys are here for lunch. We can, serious apologies. But before you come in there, there's also one other component that maybe I want to actually raise. I think maybe Grace's question especially about data privacy and all that. Coming from an investor in the fintech space and also a digital rights sort of advocate, there are certain things that we may need to sort of balance. So if you come to me, rather if you come to Tala or to Timiza or to George's what is it called? Ways. These guys, these companies will never meet you. Ever. In fact, Tala's office, at least you know where you can get Barclays or HF. Tala's office is probably a closely guarded secret. Yeah, because everything is digital. You are engaged digitally. So think about it. Think about walking to a stranger, right? Because that's what you're doing. Think about walking to a stranger and asking, dude, see you spot me 20K. I'll sort you out in about a month. What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? We ask what you're smoking. Isn't it? So why do you think it's different when you're walking digitally to Tala, asking for 10K or 15K? Here's the thing, there's a give and take. Because they don't know you, they want to know you. And they ask you for permission to know you. It's a simple give and take. If you don't want them to know you, you simply say no on the app. Just don't download it or don't accept. And guess what will happen? You won't get the money. It's as simple as that. So there's a give and take. There are privacy issues that companies that must definitely, look at and not expose. Yeah, so we live in a digital world. Yeah, so there are certain nuances that we must accept. Yes, sir. I'm told we can add 10 more minutes, so we'll take. Yeah, here. Okay, great. But there were some ladies there. Great, fantastic. Yes, please, and please keep it simple. No comments. One question, not two or three. Are we together? One question. Thank you. Good. Okay.
My name is Pastor Kala from GIS. My question is around the growth of fintech and the fraud around fintech. I'm addressing to one of my panelists. I think one of those guys were the app, probably they answer the question. So my question is around fraud and fintech. So I think as the revenue is growing, fraud is also what we did. One of the things that, from my experience, when using those apps, that people use people's ID to register. That's one of the cases that are very common. How you guys handle it is sometimes I find very unprofessional because you don't get the response to get someone that is your ID to register. Now you can't, when you go to the services, you can't use it. But from your end, how do you handle frauds? That kind of cases people are reporting that someone has used my information to register and can go. And a lot of the guys said about guys moving from one app to another. Those are the cases. How do you guys handle those fraud issues?
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is KenyaIGF from Article 19. My question is about this conversation as you are approaching it. I think this is something I wanted to figure out maybe from Rosemary and from the app companies and other people who might have some insight into this. If you look at other countries, and especially even the African Union, when we were coming out with the African Union Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection Convention in 2014, there were 3 sections. So there was cybersecurity, there was data protection, and then there was electronic transaction.
Ask your question, please, because of time.
The question is, in Kenya, we've approached the cybersecurity and data protection conversation, the bills. Is it each time we move from the regulations, because I remember in 2016 the CA had regulations on electronic transaction. We move from regulations to a comprehensive act that covers specific electronic transactions. If you look at other countries, this has been the best practice, because whatever we are trying to address through the digital protection bill and cybersecurity bill cannot be addressed just through those bills. They're supposed to be addressed through an electronic transaction law.
Okay, great. I think Rosemary will take that. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Boniface Machuki. I have one question, since you've limited it. So the question is, it can be answered by any of the panelists, and it is, how long till we see cheaper than bank loans through fintech platforms? And lastly, please comment on the data that is held.
I said one question.
Please comment. Yes.
I said one question.
Thank you.
I need to be strict. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. We'll come to you. Let them answer that question. Those questions. Who wants to go first? You can handle the program. All right. Great. Yeah.
I think you are very right. I think the gentleman who asked about fraud, I think it is a headache. I think when Steve and I talk, we talk a lot, and we're in a number of groups with the CIOs in the market. I can tell you most of our conversations are about fraud. This week we were talking about ATM jackpotting. Had to quickly, like, what exactly is going on? Is it here in Kenya? We are talking about SIM swaps, about a group somewhere in Narok that is specializing around this. So it is bothering us. I believe there are two ways we're looking at it. I think one, we believe the fraudsters are very good collaborators, but us as financial institutions, fintechs haven't been doing that. So we're looking to strengthen our collaboration. Number two is tools and tightening our ways. As I mentioned, right now, our institution and most banks are looking where all you need is your ID, a phone number. We probably do IPRS integrations, integrated personal registration systems check. We validate your ID. Then we do a telco check. We validate your number. But you're right, somebody could have gotten all that information. So I think we're working on more and more additional checks. That does slow down the pace at which we onboard you. But we do believe that through diverse ways of getting your information and collaborating in the industry, we can do that a lot better. But I can tell you, I found out this week I had one white hair, and I know it's because of fraud. And so I think we are looking, and I think some of you said that you are developers and you have solutions. I think we are very open. I think if you have ways in which this can be done better, I think we're more than willing to see how we can collaborate with you.
Next question.
So in Kenya, I think with the advent of M-Pesa, we had the National Payment Systems Act. It was the first attempt at trying to regulate transactions of one sort or the other. But I hear your suggestion. The only question is, does this industry need more regulation than it already has? Are we going to stifle innovation? And I think those are the questions that we need to put in mind. A lot of these things are still nascent, still at a very early stage. And yeah, we're yet to see how far this will go. So I think let's play around for a few more years before we start locking.
So the last question was, how long till we see cheaper than bank loans? And I'm seeing Jack look at me like, we need an answer. So really, the banking sector and the microfinance sector are usually very different in the way they do business. So when it comes to a business such as Tala, which does not take consumer deposits, you find we purely depend on venture capitalists to fund the business. And also the risk assessment that we do, because it's been mentioned over and over, we do not know this customer. And therefore, as you take the very high risk of saying, let me lend, at what price does it come? So for me to say, am I seeing a horizon where the loans from institutions such as ours will be cheaper, would only happen if, say, the banking sector increases their interest rates. Because the microfinance sector is actually, you'll find in any market globally, the rates are usually higher than the banking sector.
Thank you, Rose. Our next question, is that correct English? All right.
Okay. My name is Francis Owima, and my question goes to both Tala, FinTech, and my friend from Barclays. And I want to ask a question regarding to the financing aspect, loaning. How are you raising awareness in terms of sensitization to the SMEs? Because these are the biggest. Many times we issue loans, but we focus on bigger companies, forgetting the small and micro entrepreneurs who are actually the push and the drive of a society. How do you then sensitize your products to reach out to the SMEs so that they can also have access to your products? And again, do you also reveal out the hidden costs, like, for example, for banks, the ledger fees, the ones that come together with the loans that are not identified when the product is being issued?
Thank you.
Thank you, Wally, for a very good panel. My name is Mercy Mutemi. This question goes to Rose because she's the one who brought up the issue. How are you?
Sorry, can I suggest no more questions for us?
If the issue can be addressed by anyone else, that's fine. Yeah.
It was a joke, don't worry.
You told us you were able to validate the details by accessing the IPRS. I just want to know, how are you able to access the IPRS? Under what legal framework are you able to do that? Who else is able to access it? And is our data safe? Is there other people who operate mobile apps who are able to access the IPRS? Is our data safe? Thank you.
I think I can answer that for us.
Okay, my name is John. I'd like to ask a question. Because it's all about borrowing, how are we coming up with apps and everything that can create a saving culture in this country?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baston Kagay, and I have a question slightly directed to the Tala providers and M-Pesa providers. So, okay, the question is this. Currently, the seeing that the LSK is trying to seek, or rather to push an amendment of the Consumer Protection Act, also with regards to include the endowment rule, which basically will try to reduce the interest rates granted with the mobile lenders, especially on platforms such as Tala and M-Pesa. So basically my question is, what's the reaction from such service providers, from such mobile banking lenders with regards to the new rule? Do you think it's going to restrict the mobile lenders, or is it going to assist the public during borrowing?
Great.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gomez Jalil from Sunshine Secondary School. My main question goes to all of you on the decision on the panel. I wanted just to ask a simple question. Why is it fair that the people who don't pay tax in this country, the keys, are the ones who set the tax rates?
I think on that note, was that your only question?
Yes.
All right, great. I think we close questions now because of the time, but I think it was, you wanted to ask a question? Sorry? Okay, go on.
Okay, so for that question, here's a scenario. Then, based on what you're seeing in innovation and technology, I want you to set how realistic is. So scenario is a house where a student can pay 6,000 shillings per month, lifetime payments, get an ownership deed after the first payment, and no interest rates. That's how I describe affordable housing. How do you see this scenario unfolding in Kenya based on technology like TALA and VC funding and all this environment?
Okay. Are you asking to have a loan that has no interest?
No, I'm giving a scenario of affordable housing. So here's a house where a person pays 6,000 shillings a month, $60 a month, lifetime payments, zero interest, and they get an ownership deed after the first payment. How realistic is it?
I'll just ask you what you're smoking. Anyway, I would like to, before my panelists answer their questions, I would love to recognize Honorable Erastus Zioka, MP and member of the ICT committee. But my good brother, you sort of stepped into the pot. So this young man asked a question. The only thing I will do is I will defend you. You pay taxes, isn't it? You pay taxes. So he pays taxes. All right, but he will still answer. But he can tell us, he can, atusalimia kidogo as the normal Kenyan way.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Erastus Zioka, as you have heard, Member of Parliament Boni. I was shocked to hear that members of Parliament don't pay tax. We are heavily taxed. And we are Kenyan citizens, and every Kenyan citizen getting paid is taxed. The notion within the public is we make the laws, especially on taxes, and we don't pay the tax. That is wrong. We are Kenyans, we are citizens, we are paying the taxes. When it comes to regulation and making the laws, many of the taxes, bills don't emanate from the members of Parliament. They emanate from the institutions, and we only look at it to see, is the citizen heavily burdened? Does it make sense for them to be taxed at this level? As we speak, the High Court suspended implementation of the 0.5% tax on transfer of money in excess of 500,000. I heard the banker talk about you are transferring your 500,000 from your current to the saving. You are not doing any other transaction, and 0.5% is 2,500. Goes freely without you doing anything. Then you wake up tomorrow, you decide to pay somebody else on the same 500,000. You pay again another 2,500. That does not make any sense to any common manage. So when the government is looking for taxation, we also look at what is the benefit to that end user, that citizen. We don't look at only that person who is getting the money. Yes, the government can get money from their people, but they need to get at the minimum to be able to make their services flow. Then we need to see the services so that we can pay without any problem. But it has to be regulated. And I'm happy that has been stopped. There are others which I have had being talked about, and I think we are there for the benefit of the citizens. We also pay the tax. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, thank you very much. I'm sure the bankers are very happy about that. Back to my panel. Who wants to go first? The questions?
Steve?
So there was a question around SMEs. I think that was Mr. Wheeler, and sensitizing and awareness. In all honesty, I think the banking fraternity, even in the apps, the fintech space, there's not a whole lot of activity around SMEs. So I think definitely there's a gap. As a bank, we do have a lot of programs that offer SME loans. And by the way, different banks have slightly different definitions of what an SME is, so you kind of have to know that. We do a lot of outreach to the SMEs. We've gotten a lot of good response in the last few years, but I think we're only accessing maybe 5% of all the SMEs in the country. So there's definitely something that's lacking. But all I can say is that watch this space, because Barclays is going to do something about it.
Cool. So other than the question about that Ali asked, what are you smoking? Let me say this. So there's something called tenant purchase scheme, TPS. Essentially in a TPS arrangement, you enter a house and your rent goes towards you owning it. I think at the heart of it is the funding question. And for any institution that enters this space, I believe we have a 52-year legacy of doing this, so we're quite experienced. If we can find a way to get the money, whether it's going through pension funds, venture capitalists, direct funds coming from wherever, hopefully Kenya shilling denominated, not USD, where it's kind of forex comes into play. But if money is directed towards what you're saying, it is very possible. But again, where is that money coming from? For how long? We don't want you to enter and pay 6,000, then after 3 years you're paying 18,000. So I believe the conversations right now between public sector and government, specifically around affordable housing, if we can all put our heads together into it, I believe if the same amount of money you can afford to pay rent, you should be able to pay for a mortgage the same. And I believe we are squarely in the middle of that conversation and deeply looking towards it. I think linked to that is the conversation about savings. I think that's a very important conversation. In our new digital banking proposition, I think we look at 6 key use cases of money. How you get money, how you spend money, how you borrow money, how you store money, which is savings, how you invest money, like property, and how you protect your money, which is insurance. And we believe if you can work with us across the journey, the goal is to get you to save more, so eventually you can own a house, but also be able to borrow more. I think by looking at it in that way, which is more of a holistic way of looking at it, we believe we can get more people to save and therefore be able to eventually fund their mortgages. So it's more of bringing all the services to you in one bucket and using data to be able to guide you. I think one of the features we have is a budget feature that shows you where your money is going. And I was quite surprised as I've used it that a lot of my money goes to my friends and family. And so if I can take a bit of the money away from my friends and family and put it towards this, then maybe I can be able to own a second home much quicker. So I think it's really getting the type of solutions and products out there. But if you do find a way that you can get that house at 6,000 shillings, I think feel free to reach out to me, and I will look at how I can explore that to 100,000 plus Kenyans.
I think just to reiterate, the grounds today for the reversal was that first there was no public participation, and as you said, it was not clear in regards to implementation. I think this is a good day. For any excesses, we have the only time when you thank lawyers is when such good things happen like today. That's a step in the right direction.
Okay. So another thing about the savings culture, and especially with regards to institutions such as ours, to find getting that enabling environment to ask customers, let's try something fun, something we can use tech to enable you to understand savings, is heavily regulated. So the banking sector, the microfinance banks have a better chance of going through that path, because working with consumer deposits is very sensitive, and the law actually safeguards that. So that's why you find if we get an enabling environment, because I know institutions such as ours are also going to be regulated very shortly, we may at least be able to, try and see how can we be able, to be innovative in that space. The other question was in Duplam. Well, I'm not a lawyer. In Duplam, I mean, in fact, yeah. Let me help.
I like the way Rose have just.
So what's happening is that in the banking sector, we have fragmented legislations. We know that there's a problem, but we are clutching at any straw to try solve it. One is the finance bill, as we said. The other one is a draft legislation, financial markets conduct, in regards to everyone. Now, what she's talking about is a proposed amendment by the current LSK chair in regards to loans, where it's the maximum will be, if it was 5,000, the most you can be charged is another 5,000. Duplo, just normal English, double. Yeah, protecting you from paying more than double of what you owe.
So with regards to that, the advice we can give actually, because some institutions will do the full annual, some actually have a daily loan, like if you look at entities such as M-Copper, then you have others doing like a monthly. With regards to that particular regulation, it may not apply to the whole annualized, but I don't want to get into that technical jargon. All you need to understand as a credit customer is whenever you are applying for a loan, and this is actually pointing to one of the questions that was asked, what are the costs that you're being told you will pay? Every institution by the Consumer Protection Act is supposed to show you a breakdown of all the costs that you're going to pay. Whether it's the rate, how much you're going to pay, if you pay late and by how many days, what does this mean? So all that has to have been informed, you have to have been shown before you accepted the user agreement or you signed and said yes. So the next time you're doing it, whether it's an emergency or not, and it's clicking yes, 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 pay attention to such. And most institutions will also send you after. So read that, because if you again went to court and said, hey, I was charged, the question will be, did you accept? So also do your due diligence to read the fine print. Boring as it may sound, just read it, because it's with regards to your money, it's regards to protecting you as a consumer.
I think there was a question, the IPRS question. The access to IPRS, is there a framework? Who wants to take that question? Is there a framework to access? Okay, so I'm going to take that question. There's no framework. So let's start from there. However, just remember one thing. If you walk into a bank, before you open your bank account, what do you have to do? KYC. So think about accessing, so all the players who access IPRS, they're accessing it through an API. So what's an API? Application Protocol Interface, which means it just connects two systems, two software systems to be able to talk to each other. Why is that important? That's important for financial inclusion, especially when it talks about digital, when we talk about digital financial services, it means that it makes that process faster, more efficient. Without IPRS, nobody will get a mobile loan here. That's the bottom. So the question now arises with stakeholders like this. Because when we're talking now about stakeholders, we're talking about government represented, private sector, for-profit represented, private sector, not-for-profit represented. We can start having those conversations. See, the thing about innovation is that innovation always runs faster than legislation. So it's good that you brought up that point, but that should not stop us moving forward. Yes, you.
So you can access IPRs through a portal or the API. Essentially, anytime you access a record, they know who has done it. So we don't access it just Joe Schmo. They know it is us. We access this specific record at this time, and this is what we pulled.
Who is us?
The institution, like a bank, like we are accessing it on our instant account opening. And so they know, and you have accepted, as Rosa said, you've accepted for us to do it. And so even our regulator insists on seeing that our terms and conditions notify you that we shall be seeking information on your personal record. So your ID, your gender, and quite a number of things there that we get. And we compare this, then we can give you a check on the account. And so various institutions check various things. So it's not as open as it sounds, but I believe perhaps more and more regulation or things may come in to protect you more.
No, I was just going to add, you do have to be authorized to access IPRS. I mean, if you show up and say you want to access the API, they're not going to give it to you. So you have to know who it is and what you're going to have to use. What happens at IPRS is a different question.
Actually, to just add on to that, by the way, you don't need to access IPRS directly. You don't need to access it, rather you don't need to access the database directly. You can access it from one of the CRTs. There are issues, for sure. So we need to have those conversations. This conversation about, for example, data protection, it should go beyond national security issues. It should go, but we should all engage. You see, when questions like these are asked in a forum like this, I always want to ask a question. How many of you actually read terms and conditions? Please raise your hand. How many of you? Please don't lie. Because how many of you? Out of, how many are we here today in general, Grace? 150. Less than 10. Less than 10 of us actually look at those terms and conditions. Now, I really want to close this because we've really run out of time, unless you guys don't want to have lunch. Yeah, so I want to wrap it up, but Honorable wants to say one small thing, so I will not say no to him.
Thank you. I'm only saying something because I'm also an ICT consultant, and this citizen is looking for, is my data safe through the IPRS? And what you should have told her, you are looking for information for good, not for bad. But her data is not safe. I can also access and do anything with it. So that protection law is now looking at some of these things.
Thank you, Mr. You're quite right. So I want to wrap it up. I want to say thank you very much to my panelists, Rose, Steve, Rosemary, and George. I don't take it lightly. These are very busy people. So thank you very much. You can engage them. We're serving you breakfast, lunch. So we don't take it lightly. And anyone who may not have had a chance to talk with them, you can feel free to engage with them in as long as they're here. Thank you. Let's give them a clap.
All right, and I think the moderator deserves a clap as well. For the panelists, kindly come to my left for a photo with Mheshimiwa. Thank you for the intervention, Mheshimiwa.